Welcome to the 2021 Caorle European Cup. It's a combined event this weekend, Saturday and Sunday. Fantastic racing for the elites, the juniors and the age groupers in this beautiful location, just slightly east from Venice. It's the biggest European Cup we've had in European triathlon history, in fact. We have 75 elite men, 74 elite women. This morning we had 115 junior men and 82 junior women racing. The format for this morning, we're going to try and get some images for you later, hopefully, and you certainly will have seen on the event webpage, which you can find at Silca Ultralite.it. That's Silca Ultralite.it. If you go there, you'll see plenty of images from this morning, some short videos, and you'll see the racing that took place. That was the junior qualifying events. 4 waves, 4 races for the junior men and 3 for the junior women. Those athletes will now go through to the finals, which take place tomorrow. And here we see one of the first waves from this morning. Our officials and volunteers have been in place since 7 o'clock this morning. They were racing a super sprint distance, so 350 meters out in the sea, and then followed by 3 laps of 3.2k on the bike, and then a final lap of 1.9k on the run. For the men, it was the top 7 from each wave who qualified automatically, then plus the fastest losers. For the women's race, exactly the same format, but because there were slightly fewer women, we had 9 qualifying from each race, with, again, the fastest losers heading through to the final tomorrow. There will be finals for the A and B categories. As you can see, fast and furious. Amongst the junior men this morning, we had 17 nationalities racing, and one of those came from outside Europe. That was from all the way from Mexico. For the junior women, we had a similar amount of athletes racing, with 15 different nationalities, and from outside of Europe, we had 1 Peruvian athlete. There was no surprise, really, that the fastest and strongest amongst all of the athletes this morning in the junior men was Jan Bader from Austria. He went straight through to the final. In fact, he was raced in the fastest of the qualification events. It's great to have this opportunity for the juniors. They've had such a dreadful period over the last year when training has been affected, their education has been affected. Everything that could possibly go wrong has gone wrong. But we are now emerging from that, and we see athletes having a great opportunity to come back together to race. An awful lot of athletes indeed. We have special permission from World Triathlon to enable an extra amount of athletes to race on the course. Weather conditions were perfect this morning. We had water temperature of about 18 degrees, so wetsuits were being used by the athletes. Air temperature about 16, 17 degrees, warming up now. And as you can see, the water conditions absolutely perfect. This isn't the first time that triathlon has come to such a level in Caorle. It's been a venue that's seen many, many events over the years, but this is an opportunity for the organisers and the people of the city to really get together and to put a great show for the rest of the world. And for the mayor to say, yes, thank you very much. We like having people coming here to see our wonderful city. This is a great opportunity for not only the athletes to race together, but also for the coaches. The mistakes that can be made in transition, they will look at the timings, they will look at the positionings. Everything will be analyzed in detail, and with the coaches getting so close to the action, they can see the strengths and weaknesses of the athletes. The results are, at the moment, they are available on the Europe Triathlon website. Those are the official results. There's a live timing opportunity. You can follow that also from the Silca Ultralite Facebook page or from the Europe Triathlon page. Just click onto that and they will give you a live tracker. We're heading forwards very shortly. It's about 10 minutes to go before the swim start for the elite men. And hopefully we'll be able to get down onto the beach and see the arrangements. There are Jan Baarder. This is the athlete we were talking to you about. And it was no surprise that Jan Baarder should finish so high in this race. He's got the greater strength and more experience than most. He's performed extremely well in his own country, in Kitzbühel a couple of years ago for the Junior European Cup and the celebration of triathlon there. He was narrowly beaten by a very, very fast Spanish athlete. He's the reigning Austrian junior national sprint champion. He won a silver medal in 2019 back in Tulcea in Romania. All of our results really are based upon races that took place in 2019. There's so little opportunity for them to race in 2020. So it's very strange when we look at the data for the athletes and see that their performances from almost 2 years ago now are the ones that are giving them the position on the start list. Nice to see that the Italian officials, the technical officials, are all there. The team of officials today is made up entirely of Italian national referees, guidici, and they are there guided by the technical delegate who's travelled all the way down from the Netherlands, Sander Verheuvel. There's a team leader as well from Belgium, that's Dirk Bogaert, and our head referee for all of the races is Italian technical official Laura Patti, one of the most experienced of the Italian officials on the circuit. Here we see the start of one of the first of the women's waves. And in this race, in the first of the races, there was no surprise that Barbara de Koning, the Dutch athlete, pretty much dominated the race. She's the reigning Dutch national junior champion for 2019 and 2020. And down in Alanya back in 2019, she took the gold medal at the Junior European Cup. She then came away with a silver from the Stin ETU Triathlon Junior European Cup. That's up in the northern reaches of Poland. And a bronze in Tabor in 2019. She was also a top 10 finisher at the 2018 Buenos Aires Youth Olympic Games. And Aviv Levy there coming home in second place. There's a good performance from her. And Hosse Vleergakkers, part of the team Belgium in our semi-final number 2. We see Sonja de Koning also racing. She's the younger sister of Barbara. But coming out of the water first in this race was the Hungarian athlete Marti Kroko, part of that great dynasty of triathletes from Hungary. There she goes, leading them out of the water. It was an interesting race. It was a breakaway of about 6 or 8 athletes. They had half a minute lead over the chase pack, and it all came down to the run. And at the end of the run, it was, here we see Marti Kroko with Adelaide Anna Badini Confalonieri from Italy. The two of them worked really hard, but they were caught up by the main group, and then they set off onto the run. And it was here that Sonja de Koning, younger sister of Barbara, showed the strength on the run and was able to pull away and come home with a comfortable 9-second lead over the Italian athlete. So from this group, the first 9 of them went through to the final. We have one more semi-final for the women, but we haven't quite got the arrangement, haven't quite got the video for that yet, so that may come a bit later. But now, we're down to the swim start. Nice drone images there. Firstly, I'd like to say a very big thank you to the mayor of Caorle, Luciano Striulli, for his support. And he's rightly pointed out that this is his own words, to be able to resume with an international event of this magnitude, well, it's also a source of great pride for us here in Caorle because we offer to our city and our community an event of great quality that represents momentum, desire to restart, and enthusiasm. It's like a renaissance. It's wonderful that we can have triathlon starting the summer season here in Caorle. So we now have the athletes being presented one after the other onto the start line here in Caorle. Number 1 is the Italian athlete Alessandro Fabian. He will be taking position right at the end, the right-hand side as you look at it. For him, that's his favorite position on the start. All of the athletes have had a chance to go down to the swim start and explore the currents, the water conditions, the running into the water from the standing start. They've had a chance to see where they want to be on that start line. And yesterday, they also had the opportunity for a chance to check out the bike course. All the roads were completely closed by the community, and find out the technical turns. It's a flat course, but it's quite a technical course, so we can expect to see some acceleration out of the curves. With the amount of laps we have, we may well see some athletes being lapped. Just to once again go through a list of who is here. The technical delegate today is Sander Verhoevel from the Netherlands. The assistant technical delegate is Claudio Di Dionisio from Italy. The race referee is Laura Patti from Italy. The team leader is Dirk Bogaert. So on the start list, Alessandro Fabian, who's the 2009 World and European Under-23 duathlon champion. He has raced in years now, an Olympian himself, wearing number 1. And he'll be up against the French athlete wearing number 2, Simon Vien, who won a bronze in Cagliari back in Italy 2016, very tough World Cup course, and again in 2016 the Caorle Vivari course. He won gold at both events. Cagliari was a sprint, Caorle Vivari was a standard distance. Both had very tough bike courses. No hills today, so that's going to be interesting. Wearing number 3 from the United States of America is Seth Ryder. Watch out too for number 4, that's Valentin Wernz from Germany. We have in the top 5, they're wearing number 5 from Chile. We have Diego Moya. We also have from Serbia wearing number 6, Onyan Stojanovic. He was a gold medal winner in 2020 in Chennai, and he's the 10 times Balkan champion. He's also self-coached, but I think leading the swim today, we're going to see an outstanding performance from Hungarian athlete Mark Devay. He's always at the front end of the swim, and he's joined this year by his younger brother. Could this be a Hungarian 1 and 2 out of the water? We have to wait and see for that. Number 9 from Germany is Jonas Breinlinger. Number 10 from Czech Republic, Jan Sulutska. Number 11 from Luxembourg, Gregor Payet. From number 12 from Hungary, Tsonga Lehmann. 14 from Great Britain, Grant Sheldon. 15, Aidan Longcraft Harris, all the way from Canada. Dan McIntosh, and number 16 from Poland. 17, Lucas Pertl. 18, Tom Richard, France. 19, Rafael Montoya, France. 20, Jan Volar, Czech Republic. 21, Mark Dubrick, USA. 22, Vettel Bergsvik Thorn, Norway. 23, Clayton Hutchins from USA. 24, Nicola Azzano, Italy. 25, Michele Sarzilla, Italy. 26, Gianluca Pozzati, Italy. 27, Martin Sobi, Canada. 28, Cheba Keindl from Austria. 29, Arnaud Mengel from Belgium. 30, Arthur Berland from France. 31, Yegor Martinenko from Ukraine. 32, Bence Lehmann, Hungary. 33, Jack Willis, Great Britain. 34, Philip Pertl, Austria. 35, Jonathan Wyeth, Belgium. 36, Jamie Riddle, South Africa. 37, Chris Perham, Great Britain. 38, Martin de Mutt, Austria. 39, Sergei Polikarpenko, Italy. Number 40, Giulio Soldati, Italy. 41, Tyler Smith, all the way from Bermuda. 42, Henry Rappo, Estonia. 43, Boris Pierre, France. 44, Jacopo Puterini, Croatia. The list is there on the Europe Triathlon website. All the start list is there for you to see. The athletes are now under control of the race referee, and we should be starting any second now. The tension on the start line must be immense. This is the first time for so long that the athletes have had a chance to race together. Everybody out on the course is ready. The technical officials are all happy with the positioning of the athletes. It's now down to the technical delegate and the race referee to signal the start. And they're off. Hopefully we'll get a message back to say whether or not it was a clean start. It looked fairly good to me. The swim is a straight loop of 750 meters. I don't know how close we can get to the athletes in the water, but if we can pick up Marc Devay wearing number 8, he will be the one who pretty much will be leading this. We've got a team of officials out on the swim course to make sure that there's no misbehaving or physicality more than usual in the swim. Part of the rules, competition rules, are focused on making sure that athletes behave themselves in the water. Over the years, there have been many a bit too physical. If an athlete is identified in the swim being unnecessarily physical with their opponents, then the technical officials will take action against that athlete. The race referee will decide on the evidence, and a penalty or sanction can take place. So the technical officials out on the boats will have cameras. They'll be zooming in on groups of athletes just to make sure that everything's okay. So Fabian was in that group that's to your left as you look at the screen, pulling away there. I would say that that stroke looks very much like Marc Devay in the front. If we can get a low-level image and see, that would be useful. But these drone images, it's great to see the swim from above. So joining the two lead packs will be edging together to make sure they hit the first buoy. The first buoy is about 300 meters, just under 300 meters from the beach. Both boats are trying to keep well out of camera range, so they're not guiding athletes. They're there. The boats are there just to make sure the swim is okay, fair and safe for everybody. Now, for many athletes, this is one activity that has been very difficult to reproduce during the year-long lockdown. They can sit on the turbo trainer on their bike or go on the treadmill. They can do the weights, but the open water swim is something that they really have had limited access to. So coming up now to the first of the buoys. This is just under 300 meters from the start, and we're about 4 minutes into the race. When they come out of the water, they'll have about 120 meters to run up to the transition area. Quite a long run. It will give them the advantage to shake the legs into life and get some blood back in there ready for the bike. Perfect weather conditions. This is perfect. There's not much wind out there at all. The air is 16, 17 degrees and the water being 18. It's just for this sort of distance. A big shout out has gone out already to the mayor, Luciano Striuli, but also we've got to thank the LOC, the local organising committee there. Aldo Zanetti has spent years working to bring triathlon to the area, in particular to give the opportunity to junior athletes to race. And whilst we have an elite race here, the big focus for him has been the juniors with their races over 2 days. He's giving the opportunity as well from the very younger categories up to the very old categories on Sunday with an open race. They're expecting about 900 athletes to race there. That will be racing over the same sprint distance as the elite, an opportunity for local athletes to race and have that blue carpet finish. So that's Aldo Zanetti from Silca Ultralite, and also with him Francesco Fisori, who has many years of experience as a coach and has come in to support the team in delivering this event. Our 2 commentators down on ground level, that'll be Sylvia and Tanya, will keep the crowds informed of what's going on. And the live feed and the media mix, all of that is being worked upon and delivered by Nicola Zanetti and Salima Barzanti. And it's Salima's birthday today, so what better birthday present could you have than a massive European triathlon event with so many nationalities taking part? For this men's race, we have a total of 75 athletes who've signed in. That's representing 28 different nationalities: Austria, Belgium, Bermuda, Canada, Chile, Croatia, Czech Republic, Spain, Estonia, Finland, France, Great Britain, Germany, Hungary, Israel, Italy, Luxembourg, Mexico, Netherlands, Norway, Poland, South Africa, Slovenia, Serbia, Switzerland, Sweden, Ukraine, and the USA. Our oldest athlete, born in '82, and our youngest, born in 2001. Just making that move up from the juniors into the elite racing. So they can sight now on the exit. That's one of the toughest points of any swim, is that turn. When you go into that position, it really is, for a weaker swimmer, it's quite terrifying. So some of them are sensibly going wide. There's a crew there, technical official on the turn, to make sure that nobody cuts inside the buoy. Cutting the course, that attracts attention from the technical officials and from the race referee and can result in a disqualification. So stretching out now, I think that's Marc Devay. It looks like his stroke, and he's got 3 or 4 athletes with him. There's a breakaway. There's 8 of them just leading that group, and they can sight now onto the exit. Part of the swim familiarization, it's not simply going out just to stretch and have a swim. It's also to look at the skyline. When they're coming back from that turn, they want to find a position on the beach, a building, and they'll look at the building, and that will be their line of sight to guide them straight to the exit, to avoid any wasted distance. You can see there's a very slight drift in the pack, but no real serious currents to bother with. And as they edge towards that breakwater, they'll find sheltered water, which will be flatter, less current, and that's when the final push. We can expect to see Marc Devay upping the speed a little bit, just to make sure he can shake off any stragglers. So a lead group of 8, then a main pack of about 30, and then the rest of the athletes. When they get it out of the water, there's 120 meters run up to the transition area. Then we have the 6-lap bike course, making a total of 19.2 kilometers. Now, one of the troubles with a multi-lap bike course is that athletes who come out of the swim low down the pack and haven't quite got the speed on the bike, they can be lapped. For this race, they will be removed from the course. Any lapped athletes will be taken out of the course by the officials on the bike course. This is a standard procedure for all of the international races. It's a bit of a shame this early in the season that somebody gets a DNF or gets a lap against their name, but it just protects the athletes out on the course, and it doesn't allow for an advantage to be taken by the slower athletes, who can then latch onto the pack of the faster cyclists. Coming now towards the beach, and we do have a live tracker available, and let's see hopefully that's going to be working as they come out of the water. So now only about 50 meters to go. The sighting has been helped by the position of the big yellow buoy there. We've had a series of races in Italy. Last October, we had the World Cup in Arzachena, which was one of the first, after Hamburg, one of the first big events run under the new World Triathlon and WHO COVID regulations. It was extremely successful. Okay, so Mark de Vai comes out in third place there, just pipped up the beach. Let's see, as they go across the timing mat, who is going to be coming out of there first? Okay, Alessio Crociani. That's a good swim from here. Mark de Vai comes out in second place. The time for them both was 9:49. Nicola Strada, Italy, comes out a second behind. Seth Ryder, USA. Then Aidan Longcraft-Harris from Canada, good position. Diego Moya from Chile. Tsonga Lehmann comes out in seventh. Alessandro Fabian in good position there, number 8. Bence Lehmann comes out in number 9. And Chris Perham from Great Britain comes out just behind them in 10th place. That long run up to transition. That is a really good performance there from the young Italian athlete. He's the reigning Italian national aquathon champion and junior triathlon champion 2019-2020. Bronze medal winner in Buenos Aires at the Youth Olympic Games, and he took a gold in Melilla, that's part of the European Triathlon Cup circuit in 2019. Great performance there from him. So now they've got to bunch together and see how they can take command on the bike. Out of transition, out of T1 onto the bike, and it's still that same group, Crociani, de Vai, Lehmann and Fabian. They are with Seth Ryder, Nicola Strada and Diego Moya. They are also with Aidan Longcraft-Harris. They're about 9 seconds ahead of Lehmann and Perham. You can see there that the two athletes are just slightly behind, but the breakaway at the front already 9 seconds with that lead group of 8. Now we know that de Vai can swim strongly. He's a very good cyclist as well. So at the moment, he'll be working hard with that group. There'll be a lot of communication going on, desperately trying to pull the kilometers and to get away, build up a lead over the others. The two behind are going to work very hard. If they can catch up to the leading 8, and you can see Seth Ryder automatically barking out commands. Let's get this moving. Let's get it going. Crociani, wonderful performance by the young athlete, and de Vai out in the front there. Strada, his feet not yet in his shoes. Ryder there. Fabian, Lehmann. This is a powerful group of cyclists. Alessandro Fabian, we've seen him racing over a variety of distances, a variety of courses. He will always give his very best on the bike and the swim. Not a surprise to see him leading here in this group. They're coming up now to the turn. Off they go, a nice left turn, a quick glance over the shoulder from some just to see how far behind the chasing athletes, Lehmann and Perham. Chris Perham is powerful over the shorter distances. He won the Lievan indoor triathlon event a couple of years ago. Explosive power, so he will be working very hard to bridge that gap if he can. But this 8-pack lead, very, very powerful guys. And a dead turn coming up now. Here we go. Nicola Strada, Seth Ryder, Alessio Crociani, Tsonga Lehmann, Alessandro Fabian, and Mark de Vai. Those 8 are still comfortably ahead. They have got quite a good lead now. They've increased that lead. Lehmann and Perham are now have dropped off. We see that a good 15 seconds now behind them. It's Jonas Breinlinger and Fabian Mosen from Switzerland. Breinlinger from Germany, Mosen from Switzerland. And as this course is quite a gives quite a lot of opportunities to the athletes to see where in the race the other athletes are, where the opposition is, and there's going to be no let up. These athletes are going to be really, really pushing it. Strada and Ryder pushing, pushing, pushing. Seth Ryder, very similar to the behaviour of Alistair Brownlee, barking out commands, making the athletes work hard. He knows that this tempo has to be maintained. There's no way that you can sit down and let the race happen. You have to work hard. If you don't, you're going to lose that position. You lose that lead. This is a sprint distance race, and we're talking about a matter of seconds. When they come off the bike into T2, it's just a 5K run after that. So Seth Ryder very much aware of how fast and how hard they have to cycle. So we now have just 6 in the front. We've dropped one of the athletes. Let's see at the next check who that person might be. But the chase pack is getting closer, it looks. The momentum of the chase pack is the threat to the leaders. With such an enormous group of athletes here on the flat, straight sections, this is where they can catch up. But this is a very technical course. We have 6 U-turns as well as the other turns. That U-turn is where a make or break can happen. 1, 2. Yep, there's still 6 out there. I think they've dropped Diego Moya. The roads have been completely closed. There's a great amount of support from the local police here. They're led by Dr. Armando Stefanuto. Big thanks to him to this efficient closing of the roads. The police have been very supportive. This is a whole weekend where the locality is closed down. The roads have been completely closed off. It's a big ask, but thank you very much to our local police and Dr. Armando Stefanuto for leading his team and being so efficient. The road quality, we saw the bike familiarization yesterday, and we were really impressed with the way that the roads had been maintained. There's a couple of areas where it's a little bit rough, but for the athletes, they've been out and they've checked, they've seen where the any risks are, any danger, and for them, the quality is good. It's dry. There's not a lot of side wind. That makes it even better. But this is going to be a hard ride. Although it's flat, it's technical. There's no let up. They have to keep that speed up. So Ryder is there. Strada, Crociani, Fabian. So Italy is well represented in that group, and Hungary is well represented with Lehmann, Tsonga Lehmann and Mark Devay together. They're coming up again to that left turn, hitting it for the second time. Again, they're looking over the shoulders just to see where the advantage is, and down to the end, it's where they have that U-turn. The U-turn comes up in about 35, 40 seconds. Or even less. Here we go. Mark Devay hits that area first with Tsonga Lehmann, Alessandro Fabiani, Alessio Crociani, Seth Ryder, and Nicolo Strada. So just 6. They've dropped the Chilean athlete and the Canadian athlete. They now form part of the huge peloton that's chasing them. And they have a lead of 15 seconds still. Tom Richard is having a superb ride there. Tom Richard from France is really pushing hard there. He's leading the group with Arthur Berlin and Fabian Mosen and Sergio Baxter Cabrera from Spain. They are leading the attack. They are 15 seconds behind. I think this is going to be one of the best performances we've seen from Crociani. It's he's with the older athletes now, and he's really performing well. Fantastic swim from him, but look at his work in the bike. He's not letting up. He's sitting there. There's communication going on between him and Fabian, and also Strada. They're talking to each other. They know what to do. They know they've got to keep that pace high. We've got 9 cameras out on the course, so this is a really great opportunity to see how the race unfolds. And here comes the chase pack. Wow, this is going to be they're going to work hard. I'm convinced that this group is going to really push hard, try and catch the leaders. We are now 4 laps to go. It could happen. It could well happen. In order for the athletes to get out here, they've had to go through a number of COVID protocols. World Triathlon has worked very closely with the World Health Organization to make sure that athletes who come to these events, technical officials, coaches, all the crew, they come here in a safe environment, a bubble, if you want to call it that. The management of this for the Italian Federation has been undertaken by Gabriele Lorenzi. It's a huge undertaking with various countries having different requirements, but everything has been organized, everything has worked well. The athletes have all got here together. The protocols are very strict. As the athletes turn up to collect the packages, they're given a test, and before they come into transition in the morning of the race and check in, there's a further heat test, just to ensure that everybody's safe. We aren't out of this yet across the world, but there's light at the end of the tunnel. As we said, Arzachena last year was a great success in terms of adherence to the COVID-19 protocols. The crowd were really respecting the athletes. They kept back from the barriers. Everything was managed and worked well. And then the Italian Federation hosted the Winter Triathlon World Cup in Asiago. Again, athletes from all over the place turned up, and they were looked after in a safe environment, completely compliant with the COVID-19 restrictions. So this is an opportunity once again for the Italian Federation to show that it can deliver these races, and it can happen. We can have races if we all comply with the COVID-19 restrictions. So, trying to pick up another time split. We're waiting for the next U-turn. As you can see, some of the athletes are spread out now across the course. There will be concern about them being lapped. We've come now to the bike turn number 3, and it's down to 5 athletes. Wow, this is getting closer. Seth Ryder is still there. Fabian is still there. Lehmann, Devay, Strada, Crociani, and then there's a drop. They've dropped one of the athletes. They've dropped. Who have they dropped now? Well, we have chasing them now. Sergio Batica 7 seconds off with Tyler Smith from Bermuda and Tom Richard and Arthur Berland. So France, Bermuda and Spain are chasing. They are just 7 seconds down. So Seth Ryder, Alessandro Fabian, Tsonga Lehmann, Mark Devay, Nicolo Strada, Alessio Crociani. That is the group that's leading, and just 7 seconds behind is the big chase that's being led by Spain, Bermuda and France. So the athletes are now familiar with the course. They know where the wind, if anything, is coming. This is getting to be... are we going to see one enormous peloton coming into T2? Well, that will give it to the runners. But that chase group of about 15 or more, they are really quite some distance ahead from the rest of the pack. Fantastic views for the spectators. I know many people out there who've got their phones and they're taking videos, which they're being linked up to their own personal social media platforms. It will be great to see these afterwards, because we've missed this spectacle. For the last year, we just haven't seen much. So this morning we had the Yokohama World Triathlon Series, forgive me, with a great win there for Tyler Knibb from the States, and for Blumenfeld from Norway. Good to see that action taking place there. But equally here, so many athletes together, such an exciting race. Glorious sunshine. These are the images that we've missed so much. Now, with the chase group getting closer and closer and closer to the leaders, this is where we possibly might have some slips on the bike, with so many people hitting the turns together and so many people jostling for position. That's when a kiss of wheels could happen. Then the race is potentially over. A fall on a race like this over the sprint distance pretty much signals the end of it, because to get up from there and then to run through, it's a big ask for any athlete. So we have 6 laps, 19.2 kilometers in total for the bike. We've got 2 laps to go now. There has been some changes at the front. We have Simon Henseleit from Germany, Michele Sardzilla from Italy, Tyler Smith from Bermuda, Jonas Breinlinger from Germany, Sergio Baxter Cabrera from Spain, Lucas Pertl from Austria, Mark Devay is still there, Gianluca Pazzati from Italy, Alessandro Fabian and Songa Lehmann. The group lead has now changed. That huge chase pack has caught up. So Jonas Breinlinger there, he's been racing quite a bit on the African circuit. He had a couple in 2018 and 2019, and a silver he won in 2020. So focusing on the African Cup circuit gives him points to race internationally. He picks and chooses his races very well. Simon Henseleit. Oh, sorry. Let's have a little look at him. Simon, yeah, he won the gold medal at the 2019 Tishovaros Junior European Cup. He was also part of the winning team in the mixed relays at the 2019 Junior European Championships held in Viet. So they've got some strength and depth there, the German team. Sergio Baxter Cabrera. Now, we have somebody here who's done very well on the bike. He's the 2019 Junior World Duathlon Champion. He's also shown that he's not bad with a swim bike run, having won bronze at the Junior World Championships in Lausanne back in 2019. So this could be a potential podium for him. Tyler Smith has come all the way across from Bermuda, part of the ASICS World Triathlon team, the development team. Lucas Pertl in there. Yeah, that's an interesting position. He's only one of the younger athletes there. Came into triathlon at the age of about 14. He was a successful biathlete before, winning national titles. But he then decided to turn to triathlon. He won a gold medal at the 2014 Geneva Junior European Championships. But then he went on in 2018, had a great success with a bronze at the 2018 World Cup in Cape Town. So quite young, but quite experienced. Now that larger group, Pertl towards the front, is that Breinlinger? Or is that Henselite? That's Breinlinger at the front with Pertl. So this group is now 25, 30 athletes strong. And the speed that they will be traveling at will be pulling them further away from the chase group. I think the chase group potentially now has realized that the medals are decided with that lead pack. Well, we can see there's a little bit of wind coming up now. With the course we have, any crosswinds could quite seriously affect the athletes. But as you can see from the power they're putting onto the pedals, they're not giving up, the athletes in the lower positions. We look like we have one DNF, that's Maximilian Spell from Germany, who's pulled out and taken his bike back into transition. So it's at this stage in the race that the technical officials will be looking and crossing their fingers that this very fast-moving lead group is not going to catch up with the tail enders, because anybody they overtake will be considered to be lapped and taken out of the race. That would be the letters LAP appear on the results. No points for them, a disappointment in the early part of the season. So just about 25 athletes there. Twenty-three athletes, we think, in that rolling, very fast-moving lead group. So Jonas Breinlinger led them through on the turning mat there, on the timing mat there, with Simon Henselite, Sergio Baxter Cabrera from Spain, Lucas Pertl, Tyler Smith, Tsonga Lehmann, Arthur Berlin, Tom Richard, Nicola Azzano, and Alessandro Fabian still there in that lead group. We know that the transition area is quite long. This is a massive start of 75 athletes. When Fabian comes to the dismount line, he will be the athlete who has to run furthest through transition. That will give an opportunity to perhaps Simon Henselite, who's wearing number 59, who only has to run a shorter distance to catch up with him. And who is the stronger on the run? That's the big test over the final 2 laps and 5K. So this race started at 1600 hours Italian time, that's Central European time. At 1800 hours, it will be the start for the women, the elite women, and then there'll be a prize giving at 1915. All of these timings are in Central European time. All of the information about the race can be found on the event web page. Either go to the Europe Triathlon page or to the Silca Ultralite.it page. If you go to the Europe Triathlon page, that's Tyler Smith there wearing number 41 from Bermuda. Tyler Smith won the bronze medal at the 2019 Monterey Under-23 American Championships. And Tom Richard there, we mentioned Tom Richard. He had a silver at the 2018 Melilla ETU Triathlon European Cup and won a gold in 2016 at the Viet ETU Triathlon European Cup. He races for Poissy. That's the team that is very, very strong at the moment and were the winners of the 2020 Alhambra ETU Triathlon Mixed Relay Club European Championships. Poissy, that's the name he wears on his chest, and you'll see that when he crosses the finish line. So that's it. They've hit the final U-turn. That's Tyler Smith led them into that turn. Mark Devay still there. Alessandro Fabian, Simon Henseleit, Gianluca Pazzati, Jonas Breinlinger, Baxter Cabrera, Seth Ryder, Tsonga Lehmann, and Michele Zazzila. When they come up, we've seen them going around, taking left turns, left turns, left turns. There's a section on the course where they will bear right, and that will take them back towards the transition area. And we'll know that they're getting close because we'll see them beginning to loosen off their shoes. A bit of command there from Lucas Pertl saying, oh no, from Mosen from Switzerland, saying, be careful, getting a bit too close. It's a very fast-moving peloton. Now here we see them hitting the turn now. Very soon they'll be heading towards the road that takes them down to the transition area. So from amongst these 23 athletes, we can expect gold, silver and bronze. Crociani right at the back there. That's not a good position for him. He wants to be further forwards if he wants a clear run into transition. Really good overhead images now from the organisers. And here we come. The dismount is taking place. Whoa. Now they're going to be keeping a close eye to make sure that nobody has crossed the dismount line. Arthur Berland from France, Marc Devay, Michele Zazzila, Tyler Smith, Valentin Morelec from France, Tsonga Lehmann, Jonas Breinlinger, Alessandro Fabian, Simon Henseleit, and Gianluca Pazzati. Now, no mistake can be made. Equipment outside the box, that's going to result in a penalty. Good to see so many Italian athletes there in the lead group. Not quite sure what was happening there with the official. Something was quite important. Now they're setting off, and who's going to be first out of transition? Leading them out of transition, French athlete Arthur Berland, Michele Zazzila, Valentin Morelec, Simon Henseleit, Crociani, Azzano, Baxter, Fabian, Strada, and Lehmann. Okay, Arthur Berlon having the best races of his life so far. Silver medalist in 2018 at the Quintera Junior European Cup. This is a great performance from him. But he's got some really good runners with him, and they are going to make it rather difficult. Coming in now to transition there, Paulger, Kolen, De Mut, Moya, Fleury, Lehmann, Vollard, Payet. This is the big group. Valentin Vance is in the mix as well. Stojanovic got a lot of work to do if he wants to get in front of Jan Vollard. So we're looking very closely to see if anyone has discarded equipment outside the box. Now, Gianluca Pozzati here, has he broken away? He's running well, and it looks like he might be. Yes, right, Sartzila. Michele Sartzila has broken away, and he's leading the race. This is a brave move, and a great day for the Italian supporters. Sartzila is the 2019 Italian national triathlon and duathlon champion. He also raced some of the African Cup events and took a bronze in Larache in 2019. Further down the pack, Soldati from Italy, Collega, Salutska, Butterini in the States, Grant Sheldon from Great Britain. A lot of work to do now, but the points are still available. So, an outstanding performance from the Italian athlete Michele Sartilla. Can he keep that lead? Camera team is now focusing on our lead athlete there, Michele Sartilla. Nice fast tempo, and behind him, let's see if we can pick out Seth Ryder moving into second place. Berland, is that Richard? Berland in third place. So Italy, United States, and France. Seth Ryder is a bronze under-23 medal in Sarasota in 2018 for the American Cup and North American Championships. A regular performer on the World Cup circuit. Joined now by Tom Richard. Tom Richard saying, I'm not having this, I want the pace master. So he and Berland drop a little bit of pace, and they edge past Seth Ryder. Baxter Cabrera is there, Pozzati tailing on to the French. Good performance from Tom Richard. And it's nice to see that he has the opportunity in races like this to show his strength. Further around the globe, we see the other athletes in the French elite squad in Yokohama. But Tom Richard now showing the selectors that, yes, I can run as well. Just look at me, and I'll do my best to chase down Michele Zartzila. Two laps now of 2.5k to make the 5k run. .43 minutes on the clock. Just under 43 minutes. And Sartila having a very crafty look over his shoulder just to see what sort of lead he's got. Not a good position to be. If you start looking over your shoulder, they always say that's the last thing you should do because it gives a signal. But is he bluffing? We don't know. How good a runner is Michele Sartila? Is he in good form? Again, the run course is twisting and turning, so it's not a dead, flat, boring event. It's an opportunity for somebody to kick on the turn, put that injection of pace into the race, hopefully to break up that any attack from behind. Once again, a big shout out to our camera team and to the media guru, who is Nicola Zanetti. Thanks for bringing this all together. It's great to see a European Cup covered so well, and for the footage you gave us this morning for the junior races. And it's nice to see a bit of Caorle. It looks like a rather nice venue. Don't forget, Caorle is only about 70 kilometers from the airport in Venice. It's towards the east, and it's known as Small Venice, and it looks absolutely wonderful. And the run course is taking the athletes around the rather nice downtown area here. Our lead athlete just coming into sight now. Is it still Michele Zattila? Yep, he's got that lead still. Looks about 7 to 10 seconds he's leading by. And we'll clock them as they come the first of the U-turns on the run. The Italian crowd's getting rather excited there because Michele Zattila is leading the race at the moment. Eight seconds there. Lehmann, Richard, Pozzati not too far behind. All good positions from the athletes early on in the season. Grabbing some water now. We have rules for discarding water bottles. The discarding of the water bottle has to take place within a certain area. There he goes. Otherwise, there's a penalty that could come his way from the technical officials. World Triathlon, Europe Triathlon has worked very hard to make sure that when we leave an event behind, we don't leave rubbish. And so an athlete seen discarding equipment or drinks, bottles or gels outside the littering zone will be penalised. We like to think that we lead in this, and in fact, somebody was talking recently about UCI going the same way, beginning to penalise athletes for chucking things away. Good move. Let's keep the place tidy. Let's be welcomed back by the authorities. Zattila taking a drink on there, just refueling, getting a bit of fluids inside him. This was the large chase group. But at the moment, we still see Michele Zattila looking comfortably. Nice, easy stride. Quite a high tempo. If he can hold that lead of about 7 to 8 seconds, then everything will be okay. But he's not even halfway around the course yet. We haven't yet had the marker from the turn point. I get the impression that where the technical officials are currently standing, they will move away for the final lap, and that will be the run straight down towards the finish area. Breathing heavily now, Zattila is really filling his lungs with oxygen, trying to get as much into his system as possible. Yep, he's having a look now. That's the same place he looked before, just to make sure that his lead was what he wanted. Making the way now along the riverbank or the quayside. Quite a high tempo he's running. Martinenko from Ukraine. And Dan McIntosh from Poland. Did his first triathlon in a pair of football boots on the run. De Curex from Switzerland. But at the front there, just coming through now, we see Tartila. Right, let's see if the U-turn is going to come up with a just seeing the athletes now coming around the corner. That lead has been reduced, so the 7 seconds, and it's Tsonga Lehmann who's chasing him, and Tsonga is looking rather strong. Tsonga is the younger of the two Lehmann brothers. This is a good performance from him. He won a silver in the under-23s at the 2019 Worlds. And then that same year, he took an elite silver in the very fast, explosive indoor race that took place in Liévin. So Tsonga Lehmann chasing down the race leader, Michele Tartila. Well, we keep having a look at the live tracking. It doesn't appear to be showing us an update. So we're going to have to rely on the images that are being fed to us by the drones and the fixed cameras on the ground. But if this was going to be a win for Tartila, that's going to be a really, really good performance from him. And to beat some of these athletes, that is a tremendous marker for him. Encouragement now from the coach. Tsonga Lehmann has taken the position. Tsonga Lehmann is leading the race. What a great, great result so far for him. Yeah, I think this is going to be the run down to the finish, but he's being chased. Tartila is not giving up. He's giving everything. Tom Richard is down there in third place. So Hungary, Italy, and France going all the way down to the finish. Berland looks like the fourth place for him, but Tsonga Lehmann has done enough. He has taken that lead from Tartila. This is a truly great performance. In an elite race like this, on a course like this, Tsonga Lehmann takes the gold. Fantastic performance. Michele Tartila, silver for Italy, and Tom Richard, a really good bronze for France. Well, didn't see that one coming. Berland from France taking fourth. This looks like Baxter Cabrera coming in for fifth. Wow, that was quite impressive. That was an outstanding race from the Hungarian athlete there. Gianluca Pozzati taking 6th. Lucas Pertl 7th. Nicolo Azzano 8th. Jonas Breinlinger 9th. Seth Ryder from the United States comes in 10th. So good performance from the host nation there with a silver and a 6th place. France takes bronze and the 4th place, but the gold medal, the winner, is Tsongo Lehmann. Great performance from him. Well, that was quite exhausting just watching it. Crikey. The athletes, after so long of not having the opportunity to race, for the juniors last year, they only had about 3 races. And of those, geography and politics and restrictions restricted it. So the junior athletes, many of these athletes are juniors from last year, didn't have the opportunity to race. Likewise for the elite, they could race in certain countries under certain conditions, but it was thrown, the racing opportunities were thrown out of the window. And so it's nice that this year we've been able to see such a huge amount of athletes, 75 elite men, and we got 74, I think, elite women, having the opportunity once again to race in conditions that are familiar to them. As the athletes cross the finish line, they go over the timing mat, past the officials. Immediately they collect a face mask and the protocols take place or kick in once again. Jan Vollard, very tall athlete there finishing. Mark Devay, I wonder where he came through. Dubrick from the USA, younger Devay coming across now, and Moya from Chile. The women will be starting in about an hour's time. All the arrangements will be taking place now as they clear the racking for the elite men, as the athlete lounge sorts itself out for the elite women to come in. Last minute checks are made on the athletes, and the elite women will be starting at 1800 hours Central European time. And immediately after that, we will be moving to the awards ceremony. Hopefully we'll be able to get some interviews from the ground. It would be nice if we could get our 2 commentators down there, Sylvia and Tanya, see if they can find the winners, the medal winners, and get a few words that we can share with you. It looks like a very happy new president from the Italian Federation. That's Riccardo Giubilei. This is his first international event. There was the Challenger Giorni a couple of weeks ago, last week in fact. But this is the first of the major international events run under World Triathlon and Europe Triathlon regulations. So for him, this is a wonderful opportunity to be seen by athletes and others with so many national federations represented. Delighted there with his silver medal winning athlete, Michele Zattila. So for the women's race, we have 75 athletes. We'll have a last-minute check when they've all gone through the check-in process at the Athletes' Lounge, representing 23 nationalities. Austria, Bermuda, Canada, Croatia, Czech Republic, Spain. That's Aldo Zanetti there, our event organizer, the president of the LOC in the red jacket. So back to the list of nationalities: Czech Republic, Spain, Finland, France, Great Britain, Germany, Hungary, Israel, Italy, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Romania, Russia, Slovenia, Switzerland, Slovakia, Sweden, Tunisia, and Ukraine. One of the athletes, that's going to be our Italian athlete. Where is she? Okay. This is an athlete moving up from the junior category. And in 2019, she was racing as a junior, and we saw her win gold medals in Melilla and in Tiszaújváros at the Junior European Cups, as well as at the Zagreb Junior European Cup. She was the 2019 Italian national junior champion. She was the world junior champion in duathlon from her 2018 victory in Fyn in Denmark. Out of her 16 international starts, she's had 9 podiums and 5 golds. Her name is Costanza Arpinelli, and it's her birthday tomorrow. So that could be an interesting additional present if she manages to get onto the podium. Quite a tough race, though. We've got some very strong women racing in the elite women's race, which takes place at 1800 hours. So time now for you. If you want to have a quick break, grab a cup of coffee, a cup of tea, or whatever you need to do. We'll be keeping the feed live with as much information as we can get to you. But don't forget, you need to be back here within an hour for the start. Now, we see there Tatsila, the silver medal winner, and with the telephone there is Laura Beretta. She's the new media manager for Europe Triathlon, and she'll be doing her best to get as much live video and updates to put onto the Europe Triathlon Facebook page and the Instagram page. This is Laura Beretta's first event as media manager. Wishing her all the very best. Tough job to take on, but she's really keeping the page alive. It's good to see so much life coming back into the Instagram and Facebook pages that are running under the Europe Triathlon banner. Another break to have a look at the sky, from the sky down onto the venue. This is where you should perhaps consider coming, when everything's sorted out, when it's free, the freedom to travel is available to you. Then Caorle, this could be a place to come to. Lovely beaches, not very far from Venice, not very far from Slovenia, not very far from Austria, in fact. Above, if you look north, you'll see the Alps, the Italian Alps, the Venetian Alps, sorry, and you'll see the city of, or the town of Asiago, where the World Championships Winter Triathlon took place. All very local, all very pretty, and who knows, once life gets back to a bit more of normality, then it will be an opportunity for you to travel out and see what Caorle has to offer. The water, the quality of the water, we saw a water test yesterday with the briefings for the athletes. In fact, if you want to see those, go to the Europe Triathlon page, check the event, and on the event page, you'll see a link to the athlete briefing. At the end of that, they'll show you a water quality test. The water here on the beaches is very, very clean indeed. A photo opportunity there for the young Hungarian athletes. Big smiles. And rightly so. Tonga Lehmann, great performance. A gold medal for Hungary, starting the season really well. So the technical team, the technical officials, they're all getting themselves ready. The bikes will be checked out now from the transition area for the elite men, and the numbers will all be changed now to show the elite women's numbering. That's going to be managed by the chief official in charge of transition. At the registration tent and the athletes lounge, another team of officials will be checking in the athletes to make sure everybody's okay. A list of who has checked in will be provided to the race referee, head referee, that's Laura Patti. She will then be confirming to the technical delegate that all athletes, fingers crossed, will be signed in. Then it's a question of making sure that the road and the course are all closed and secure. Once we get the go-ahead from everybody, then the race will start. Let's have a quick look at who we have in the women's race. Just to see who is finally signed in. Well, the athlete with who's going to be wearing number 1 today is from Austria. It's the reigning European duathlon champion. She won the title around about this time last year in Punta Umbria in Spain and took a gold medal in the 2018 Cagliari Triathlon World Cup on that very, very tough course. And that is from Austria, Lisa Peterer. Number 2 is an athlete who has, well, if there's a European race and she isn't there, you begin to ask why. She's a gold medal winner in 2019 at the Constanza European Cup and at Alanya. She's 4 times won the European Triathlon rankings. Yulia Yelistratova from Ukraine, she's wearing number 2. Number 3, wearing number 3 from the Czech Republic, is a silver medal winner at the 2019 Kazan European Sprint Triathlon Championships. That's Petra Kurzikova. Number 4 from Hungary is Sofia Kovac. Number 5 from Germany is Lena Meissner. Number 6 from Romania, winner of silver at the 2020 Chennai Triathlon Asian Cup and a gold in Shymkent 2019. That was the Triathlon Asian Cup. That's Antonella Manak. Number 7 from Russia is been racing for a long time now. She's the 2014 Junior World Aquathon Champion and the 2016 Under-23 World Aquathon Champion. That's Anastasia Gorbunova. Number 8 from Spain, winner of a gold at the 2019 Doha World Beach Games. That's Siska Tus. Number 9 from Italy is Carlotta Misaglia. She was the best placed youngest athlete in the European Sprint Championships in Kazan. She won a silver in the 2019 Alston ETU Sprint Triathlon European Cup. But that 4th place in Kazan was a really good performance from her. Number 10 from Germany is Annika Koch. She won gold in 2019 in Tartu at the European Cup. And she also won a gold in Aqaba the same year. Number 11 from Italy is Luisa Ionia Prat, bronze medal winner in Funchal 2019 at the European Cup final. Number 12 from Germany, Annabelle Knoll. Number 14 from Canada is Amy Legault. 15 from France is Pauline Landron. She was a gold medal winner in Huelva at the European Cup. And she was the 2018 Junior European Champion, winning that race in Tartu. Number 16 from Italy is the 2019 National Sprint Champion, Alessia Orla. Number 17 from Czech Republic, Iveta Farajslova. Number 18 from Ukraine, Margarita Krylova. Number 19 from Great Britain, bronze medal winner in Kexmet Sprint Triathlon Cup. That's Sian Rainsley. Here we go with a recap. That's up to number 20. We'll come back to number 20 in a minute. Just to show you now a little bit of a replay from the men's race earlier. So this is a swim that was We expected to see Marc Devay leading it. He did very well, working very hard, broke up the group, and along with Alessio Crociani and Nicola Strada and Seth Ryder and Aidan Longcraft Harris from Canada, they broke away and managed to create a bit of a lead out onto the bike. That group of 8 athletes So that group of 8 athletes suddenly dropped down to 6 and then was caught by the main pack. We had a group of about 23 athletes absolutely tearing around the course, and some great performances put in there to make sure the pace was held. As they came around for the final lap, the group of 23, we saw some juggling for position, and that's when it all started to change, and we saw coming through Tsonga Lehmann, who was part of that initial lead, but Michele Sarzila broke out of the transition area and really pushed the pace. Here's our lead group coming in: Devay, Berland, Sarzila in 3rd place coming in there, but he was first out and managed to create a really impressive lead that lasted almost until the finish, but it was the attack from Tom Richard and Berland that then dragged Tsonga Lehmann, the younger of the 2 Lehmann brothers from Hungary, dragged him up to an attacking position. Sarzila looking strong, looking as if he could do it. Home crowd support didn't quite work, because at the end he was just edged out of that gold medal position by Tsonga Lehmann. You can see Tsonga Lehmann back there in about 5th place. Sarzila still looking there, still looking good. Was that a glance saying it's really hurting too much now? He did so well, but Tsonga Lehmann overtook him in the final stages of the run to take the gold by just 3 seconds. Sarzila crosses the line, and 5 seconds back came Tom Richard and the other French athlete, Arthur Berland. A great day for Italian triathlon, an even better day for Hungarian triathlon, and for the French team, they got a 3rd place and a 4th. A job done. A rather tough race today for the athletes. But it's so good to see this back. It really is. This is something we've missed. Events like this, athletes getting together after so long, and the Italians have put on such a great event again. It really is a wonderful venue. And a big thank you once again to the Mayor, Luciano Striuli, to the LOC, of course, Aldo Zanetti and Francesco Fisori, and of course to the police and emergency services, led by Dr. Armando Stefanuto. Without their support, we simply couldn't have these events. So let's get back to the women. Where were we? Number 20 from Slovakia, Ivana Kuryachkova. Italy, number 21 is Elena Maria Petrini. Number 22 from Bermuda is Erica Hawley. 23 from Italy, Alessandra Tamburi. Number 24 from France is Célia Mel, the younger of the 2 sisters. Her older sister, number 25, Audrey, winner of bronze in Melilla 2019. She's the 2015 under-23 world champion. Good to see her back racing. The two sisters wearing 24 and 25. From Israel, Raz Poradosu. From 27 from Hungary, Dorka Podnotski. 28 from Tunisia, a winner of a gold medal in 2019 at the Triathlon under-23 African Championships. And that is Ons Lagili. 29 from the Czech Republic is Teresa Zimovianova. And number 30 from Italy is Sharon Spimi, who won the race last week in Riccione. That was over the sprint distance. Number 31 from Austria, a winner of the bronze medal in the 2019 Viet ETU Junior Triathlon European Championships. That's Magdalena Fru, moving up from the juniors to race elite. 32 from Spain is Noelia Juan. 33 from Spain is Sara Guerrero Manso, who won gold at the 2019 Patras Mediterranean Beach Games. From Sweden, number 34 is Emma Varga. From Germany, number 35, Tanja Neubert. 36 from France, Lea Konings won bronze at the 2019 Dnipro ETU Sprint Triathlon European Cup. That's a tough course. You have a very, very interesting swim there with a strong current in the Dnipro. Then the bike course is flat, flat, flat. Then it climbs. Then there's a sweeping descent back onto the flat. We've seen that race unfold on a number of occasions with great attacks out on the bike course, and then a dead flat run out and back. This is, of course, a different event. The bike course is dead flat here, but with lots of technical turns. So, 36 there, Lea Konings. 37 from Switzerland is Nora Gmür, winner of silver at the 2019 Junior European Championships. From Switzerland is Estelle Perrier. That's number 38. 39 from Italy. This is Costanza Arpinelli, the one we told you about earlier. It's her birthday tomorrow.
Siamo con il neopresidente della Federazione Italiana Triathlon, Riccardo Giubilei. Oggi una giornata veramente intensa con tanti appuntamenti, all'esordio un anno, tutto da raccontare, ma già con un appuntamento importante, quello odierno.
Sì, abbiamo ripreso con l'attività internazionale, un'attività targata Italia. Ormai siamo caratterizzati con la capacità organizzativa rilevantissima, quindi siamo qui a Caorle per la European Cup, sia per juniores che elite. A breve partiranno i nostri migliori atleti europei. Voglio dare un ringraziamento particolare all'amministrazione comunale e all'organizzazione locale della Silca Ultralite che ha gestito l'evento. La federazione è qui in massa con i suoi tecnici federali, con i consiglieri federali, per marcare il fatto che è un'attività importantissima che conta per la ripresa dello sport a livello agonistico ma anche a livello sociale. Dopo un anno così complicato la condizione migliore era quella di cominciare con un evento agonistico di grandissimo livello come questo.
Presidente, ti metto Silca. Siamo con Aldo Zanetti, presidente di Silca Ultralite, ancora una volta a proporre un evento di altissimo spessore qui a Caorle. Tanto lavoro, ma penso all'entusiasmo di aver visto tanti atleti presenti oggi.
Assolutamente, siamo felicissimi soprattutto per la presenza degli atleti giovani, praticamente provenienti da tutta Europa, non solo dall'Europa. Abbiamo fatto centro perché in questo momento che volevamo far ripartire il triathlon, ma farlo ripartire non a livello locale ma a livello europeo, ce l'abbiamo fatta. Mai non avremmo pensato di portare qui quasi 250 atleti da tutta Europa. Ce l'abbiamo fatta e l'amministrazione comunale al nostro fianco ha fatto un grandissimo lavoro. Per fortuna anche il meteo è con noi, quindi grande spettacolo, ma adesso vedremo anche il resto degli elite.
E siamo con Sergio Baldo, vicepresidente vicario della FIDAL, una ottima presenza perché comunque la corsa è un buon connubio, si lega anche al triathlon. E cosa rappresenta vedere uno sport come il triathlon per voi che vivete l'atletica? E oltretutto siamo a Caorle che, se non sbaglio, a settembre vedrà la finale oro di atletica societaria.
Beh, intanto è una bellissima emozione rivedere che parte lo sport, parte dal triathlon in una città così importante come quella di Caorle. Riparte anche l'atletica leggera con le maratone. Domani abbiamo quella di Milano e per noi vuol dire tornare a fare l'agonismo che tutti i nostri atleti sperano di fare, ma soprattutto anche chi vuole cimentarsi non a livello agonistico elevato, ma anche tornare semplicemente a correre, a fare quelle gare su strada che sono tanto desiderate e amate dagli appassionati di sport. A Caorle torniamo a settembre perché c'è la finale dei campionati di società, finale oro, quindi le migliori squadre italiane che si confrontano in un bellissimo stadio ristrutturato 2 anni fa, un 8 corsie che spero possa anche ospitare in futuro una competizione internazionale.
E allora noi vi auguriamo sempre il meglio e quello che farete sicuramente per il bene dello sport e degli atleti.
Certo, noi contiamo comunque di poter valorizzare lo sport in situazioni importanti come quella di questa bellissima realtà turistica, quindi impianti sportivi abbinati al turismo e quindi la possibilità di offrire uno spettacolo come quello dello sport, in questo caso quello del triathlon. In bocca al lupo.
E siamo con Dino Ponchio, presidente del CONI regionale Veneto, e parlando di CONI, come non guardare in un anno olimpico, un anno anomalo che vede spostare le Olimpiadi a quest'annata, tanto lavoro da fare per non mollare e fare ancora sì che lo sport non subisca quello che è stato in questo bruttissimo anno, ma dà la possibilità ai nostri atleti e a tutto il mondo, anche non agonistico, di vivere al meglio la realtà sportiva.
Ma credo che questa occasione del triathlon internazionale europeo di Caorle Santa Margherita sia un messaggio forte, un messaggio chiaro. Il mondo dello sport ha voglia di ripartire, è pronto per ripartire anche ai massimi livelli con la partecipazione alle Olimpiadi. Il CONI ha questo come compito, missione principale, ma anche la missione di continuare a spingere sulla base della piramide dello sport, sulla catena che mette in movimento tutto lo sport. Chi vuole dividere lo sport competitivo, agonistico, olimpico da quello di base educativo, formativo, sbaglia, chiunque sia, fosse anche ai massimi livelli. Lo sport è unico, noi rappresentiamo questa queste tante facce dello sport. Oggi qui abbiamo visto la faccia della capacità organizzativa del mondo dello sport del Veneto, in cui una manifestazione a livello europeo è stata organizzata in modo impeccabile da, se vogliamo fare un nome, Aldo Zanetti e il suo team, e questo credo sia un credito da esigere a tutti i livelli, e quindi a livello di federazione regionale, europea, ma anche delle istituzioni regionali.
E allora si può dire che quando volere è potere, e questo è stato un esempio chiaro, quello con Silca Ultralite nella mente di Aldo Zanetti, a volere questo evento.
Sì, grande merito, grande merito. Io naturalmente vengo da un mondo dello sport specifico che è l'atletica. Adesso come presidente del CONI sono stato molto contento e onorato di vedere questa manifestazione, questo internazionale del triathlon che ha nel suo DNA la cultura della polisportività, che è il messaggio forte da dare alle giovani generazioni, e quindi provare anche più sport. Il triathlon in se stesso ha più sport, quindi è perfetto.
E allora, nella speranza che lo sport rimanga sempre uno stile di vita a qualsiasi livello, vi auguriamo un buon lavoro.
Buon lavoro a voi, complimenti agli organizzatori e anche agli enti che hanno sostenuto la manifestazione.
Okay, thank you to our regional president of the Italian Olympic Committee. There were some very important words were coming from him there. Sport is so important. It's been a very, very bad year, not just for athletes in Europe, but athletes around the world. And this event here in Caorle is a very clear signal that at last we are getting back to something like normal. Ladies and gentlemen, if you just joined us, welcome to the beautiful venue of Caorle, which is about 100 kilometers or so from, 70 kilometers or so from the airport in Venice towards the east. And we are now looking at the elite women, the last 20 or so of the elite women making their way down to the start. We have a total of 74 elite women, all of them registered. And we have confirmation that the water temperature is about 18 degrees. The air is roughly 17 degrees. The water has changed a little bit from the elite men's race. We have a few more waves. And very shortly, precisely at 1800 hours Italian time, we will have the race starting. My name's Paul Groves. I'm looking after you for this race. On the ground, we have two commentators, Silvia and Tania. We have a big technical team of Italian officials led by Sander Verhoefel, who's the technical delegate appointed by Europe Triathlon. His team leader has come with him from Belgium. They joined up together and flew down together. It's Dirk Bogaert, he's the team leader. We have the representative from Europe Triathlon, the executive board, that's Maria Czarkowskaja-Tarasevich. We have an assistant technical delegate, which is Claudio Di Dionisio from Italy, and our race referee is one of the most experienced technical officials in Italy, Laura Patti. The last of our athletes choosing their selections. On the right-hand side, as you look at the screen, that appears to be the favoured position for the athletes. Number 2 there, just wearing number 2, that's Yulia Yelistratova from Ukraine. She's coming back after having started a family. Her pace on the run, she's probably about as fast as any of the athletes out on the run course at the moment. And we can expect her to be putting in a solid performance. She's had an incredible 62 podiums, 28 wins. Her last medal was a bronze. That was in 2020 in Riga. So she's going to be hoping to get some decent points today. But she's up against the athlete wearing number 1. That is Lisa Pertera from Austria, who's the reigning European duathlon champion. She won the race in 2020 in Ponte Umbria. And she also took a gold here in Italy, in Sardinia, in Cagliari, 2018, on a very, very tough technical course. We'll run through some of the names as the race starts. If you want to see who is racing, then please log on to the Europe Triathlon website and you'll see the start lists available. That's on, just click the European Triathlon website and go to the links. They'll take you through to the whole list of athletes. If you're interested, The names are in blue on the website. Just click the name. It will tell you who they are, what they've been doing in the past. And what we're going to try and do during this race is to give you an indication of who's coming out in various positions, who the leaders are, who's chasing. We'll see if we can give you as much information as possible. We've got 9 cameras out on the course. The technical official standing there with a large iPad in the distance is one of the full start officials, making sure that all of the athletes start together. So the clock is ticking. Hopefully the heartbeats are booming out. Tense moments. One athlete's foot is rather too far forwards. Off they go. Looks like it was a clean start. In the men's race, we saw them very much taking the lead from, as you were looking at the screen, the right-hand side of the start lineup. It's about 300 meters out into the sea before you hit the first buoy. The water quality here is extremely good. And as we can see, yes, the weather has changed. The waves are now a lot rougher than they were for the men, so it's going to be a bit more of a challenging swim for the women. In the men's race, we saw domination there from Crociani and Marc Devay. Crociani from Italy and Marc Devay from Hungary. They really pushed the swim hard. There was a breakaway of about 6 athletes. But now, elite women have started off. We'll have teams of officials out on boats to make sure that the athletes don't breach any of the rules about swim behavior. The technical officials, technical committees from Europe and leading up to World Triathlon have listened to the athletes over the years, and there have been some incidents where it's been a bit, shall we say, enthusiastic in the water. And in order to remove this behavior from the swim, technical officials are trained now to keep an eye on the athletes and to make sure that they don't become overly physical with each other. Anyone who behaves like that in the water could attract a penalty. So, 3 distinct groups of athletes making their way out to the first buoy. There'll be officials out on the buoy to make sure that everyone goes around it and not cutting into the course. Cutting the course, if that is seen by the officials and the evidence is clear, then that's a disqualification. Once again, that start did look fairly clean. Hopefully we're going to call back from the technical officials and to confirm. If any athlete has taken an advantage at the start and has edged forwards before the start signal is given, then they will receive a standing penalty in transition of 10 seconds. During that 10 seconds, they're not allowed to touch any equipment or do any changing in the equipment. They have to just stand there. So the advantage they took by making a false start is taken away from them. Again, this is something that has evolved over the years. The technical officials work closely with the coaches, and it's all in place to give the athletes, all of the athletes, a fair and a safe race. So, the athletes who move to the far right of our screen at the start do not appear to be the ones in the lead. I can't pick out the swim stroke, I'm afraid. With the men's event, it was quite easy to see Marc Devay. His swimming was so strong. Who this is going to be, I really don't know. And unfortunately, we can't get down onto the water level to see. Great drone images here from the organizers. I've got a big thank you to Nicola Zanetti and Salima Barzanti. They are part of the team providing all of the media for this event. Nicola has got a team of cameramen out on the course, nine of them around the area. And Salima is updating as quickly as she can all of the Facebook pages for the event. So if you want to follow this on Facebook, you can go to the Silca Ultralite page. That's Silca Ultralite. That will take you to updates. There'll be some live video footage and some still photography and some interviews. You can also go to the Europe Triathlon Instagram and Facebook page and follow events there. There is a live tracker, and the link for that is on the Europe Triathlon page. That live tracker will give you the timing chip updates as the athletes cross the various timing mats. So a nice breakaway there. In the men's race, we had a group of about 6. In the women's race, look, there's one who's really broken away from the group. A lead of about 8 meters now. Coming into that turn, a quick glance over her shoulder, and she can see just how far ahead she is. As they head to the second buoy, that's the point when they can look back towards the beach and start focusing on their swim back to the sand. They had the swim familiarization yesterday, and that gave the opportunity to the athletes to find the various points of focus on the course. And as they head back to the beach, you'll see that the sea will flatten off because there's a sheltered area next to one of the, in English, the word is a groin, I suppose. It's a construction leading out into the water. And that gives the athletes a little bit of shelter as they come back for the last 100 meters or so onto the beach. From the beach, they have a long run up to the transition area of about 120 meters. Now, the city of Caorle, wonderful location. It really is beautiful. I've been looking at their own resort webpage. They have a webcam. You can look at various sections of the city. And well, if you can hear that in the background, we've got thunder here in England, but you've got sunshine and warmth in Italy. So I'm crossing my fingers that we don't have a lightning strike here, and that doesn't take out the internet. So cross your fingers for me, guys. Yeah, so the city of Caorle, it's called the Little Venice, Small Venice, and big thank you then to the mayor, Luciano Striuli. He had it clear in one of the press releases earlier that for him, this really does signal the end of a dark period and the start of the summer and the start of a return to some degree of normality. Working closely with the organizers, that is Aldo Zanetti and Francesco Fisori, they have put together this event. Aldo has been working very hard with the development of sport in Italy for many years now. And for him, the focus this weekend is primarily on the juniors, with a huge number. We had 115 junior men racing this morning in 4 semi-finals, like an elimination process. They will then be racing tomorrow in the 2 finals. We had, I think it was 86, 87 junior women, and they will be racing in the finals tomorrow morning as well. Then there's an age group race, which will be open to youths up to the very old people. And he's expecting about 900 people racing, coming from all over Italy. Now, to get to a race like this in these days, to travel anywhere, in fact, is not easy. There's an enormous protocol involved, and World Triathlon has worked very closely with the World Health Organization. Over last year, the procedures were put in place. They were tested and tested. Hamburg saw the World Championships, but Arzachena in Sardinia last October saw a World Cup race that really hit all the buttons with regards to making sure that the athletes could be safe. The technical officials, the coaches, the team managers, and the spectators, everybody, volunteers working on the event could be safe. The procedures were very strict, and they have applied them again in Asiago for the Winter Triathlon World Cup that took place earlier this year. And that is high in the Venetian Alps above this resort. And also for this event, a huge logistical challenge for the organizers, and it was Gabriella Lorenzi from the Italian Federation who managed all of this. She was the one in control, making sure that the COVID-19 protocols were completely complied with. Each country has different requirements, each airline it seems as well, but everything was put in place. Athletes are tested throughout the course. Every time they come to the training, the swim familiarization, the bike familiarization, checking in, there's checks in place by the medical team to make sure everything's okay. So Italian Federation, congratulations, well done. You've certainly delivered 3 very great events to the racing circuit, the racing calendar. It can work if it's done properly. It's exactly what we can learn from the Italian Federation and the hard work of Gabriella Lorenzi. It's a great opportunity as well for the newly elected president of FITRI, Riccardo Giubilei, to see all of this coming together. If it wasn't for the structures in place, the team that he has working underneath him, these events simply couldn't happen. This is a renaissance for triathlon. It's wonderful to see it, and congratulations to the Italian Federation for getting it so very right. Okay, massive lead there. That's about 10, 15 meters. Two of them have broken away. And as they leave the water, the athletes are focusing their, if they're swimming to the shore, on their swim familiarization, they would have looked down towards the beach. They would have seen that large building on the right with the hoops on top, and that would have been their point of focus for the exit. To assist them with the exit, the organizers have placed a large yellow buoy, and that will help them a little bit more as a brighter color to get a straight line down to the swim exit. As they leave the water, they will be picking up a timing mat. They'll cross the timing mat, and their timing chip will hopefully register quite clearly. Let's see if we can pick out number 6. Is that number 6? I say. Now we're just waiting for the update there to see who comes out first. Number 67, Emma Lombardi from France. Wow, that's a good swim from Emma Lombardi. She's the French junior triathlon champion from 2019. What a great swim she's had there. That's a 10:36. 11 minutes is Chloe Pollard from Ireland. Now, Chloe started racing as an age grouper, winning her category 16 to 19 a good few years ago. And she's come out there just 24 seconds down from Emma Lombardi. A long wait until the rest come out. Sian Rainsley, Great Britain, she's back in good form, just behind her. So, and then Lena Meissner from Germany, Alessandra Tamburi from Italy, with Sharon Spini from Italy, the winner of the race in Riccione last weekend, Lea Konix from France, Luisa Jonja-Prat from Italy, Audrey Mel from France, and Dorka Pudnotski from Hungary. Well, that's a great result there for the swim. Sian Rainsley, she makes no bones about it. She's been suffering from Crohn's disease for a while, and her recovery has been widely publicized by her. How she's coped with it and how she's managed to build her training around it has been quite an interesting read. But Chloe Pollard there from Ireland, 2017 under 23 World Aquathon champion. She won that title in the Penticton race, but she started off in 2017 earlier that year as an age grouper, racing in Bratislava with the European Championships. But here they go, out onto the bike. And Emma Lombardi is quite a distance ahead of Chloe Pollard. Sharon Spini had a great transition there. She's gone straight out there with Lea Konix just behind her, and Lena Meissner. Watch out for Lena Meissner, very good athlete, and we can expect to see some powerful running from her. Let's see if we can pick out a bit more information about Lena Meissner. There you go. She was another German athlete who favors racing on the African circuit to get some good points. And she picked up a bronze in Aqaba 2019 and also in Agadir. Silver in the Sprint Cup final in Funchal in 2018. Most of the results we're looking at, they come from 2019 and very early 2020. So for the athletes, it's been a very difficult year. They've not had the opportunity to race anywhere. So for them, this is a great opportunity to come back. Now, back to number 67 there. This really is a great performance from Emma Lombardi. But she's out now onto the bike course. The bike course is a 6-lap event. It's 19.2k long. We've got a series of dead turns on it, 6 U-turns in the entire course. So it's going to be an event, a course where riding on her own out front is not going to last very long, I don't think. In the past, we've seen athletes such as Sophie Caldwell working with Jess Learmonth, and the pair of them will get together and just absolutely push the pace on the swim and then on the bike. But I think at the moment, Emma Lombardi, it's just a question of time before she's caught up by Chloe Pollard, Sharon Spimi, Leah Collings from France, very strong. Here they come. This is the first of the U-turns. And just see how far ahead she is. She had a 32-second lead as she set out onto the bike. Huge chase, but the 74 athletes are broken down into a variety of smaller pelotons there. Each group will be large. Sharon Spimi, no surprise there. The Italian is the one who's worked hardest, and she's currently 25 seconds behind. So she's made up 5 seconds. Sharon Spimi working with Lena Meissner and Audrey Mel. Just with them is Leah Konix. Chloe Pollard is there as well with Itachi Arenal Arribas from Spain and Alessandra Tamburi. Sian Rainsley's there as well with Luisa Ionia Prat. Let's have a quick look at Audrey Mel. Audrey Mel, she was the under-23 champion. When was she? She was... Mel was 23 world champion back in 2015. Last medal was a bronze in Melilla in 2019 over the same distance, and a similar bike course, technical, flat, twists, turns, and then with a flat, twisting, turning run afterwards. In the meantime, Emma Lombardi from France there, holding well at the front. The way the course is designed, she'll have a number of opportunities to look over her shoulder and see just how far behind her the other athletes are. The bike course, when they had the familiarization yesterday, the whole course was closed down, no traffic at all. The athletes were allowed to have a safe exploration of the bike course to see where the areas were that they could accelerate from, where any sections of the road might have asphalt that wasn't good. The police, the local police, led by Dr. Armando Stefanuto, big thank you out to him, because without the support of the local police, and you'll see them all over the course, without the support, we simply couldn't have this event running safely. They've done a great job out here, and tomorrow that's going to continue with the huge arrival of age group athletes from all over Italy. Again, they're complying with the COVID regulations. As you can see, it's a very flat course, but with a number of turns, a number of U-turns. Difficult if the group gets too big, it becomes difficult to negotiate round these turns. But equally, if you have a smaller group, they can really power together. On the men's race, we saw Seth Ryder, the American athlete, very early on shouting out commands, making sure that everybody within the small group that was leading, everybody took their turn at the front. And we can see there is communication going on at the moment within that group to ensure that they don't allow Emma Lombardi from France to pull away too much. And the athletes working very hard there to try and bridge the gap. They know that that one athlete out in front is not going to be able to withstand their attack. Within the group that's chasing her, you have athletes who are very strong on the bike, and they will be doing their best to make sure that they can pull over that gap to get up to where she is and to bring her in so that they can then work as again, to keep working to keep ahead of the other athletes. A lonely place to be. In the background now we can hear the commentators on the ground. That's Tanya and Sylvia, keeping the crowds updated with who's in the lead, who they are, where they've raced. But still out there on her own, coming up now to the U-turn. This will be her second lap. Second time she hits the main turn. There she is. Emma Lombardi still out there. But 9 seconds behind is the chase group, and Sharon worked really hard there to bring the team up. Sharon Spimi from Italy with Lena Meissner, Sean Rainsley, Audrey Mel, Luisa Jonia Prat from Italy, Irtachi Renal Arribas from Spain, Chloe Pollard is still there, Lea Konings, and Alessandra Tamburi. Now, Lea Konings, she raced in the Dnipro race. I think we might have picked out that event earlier. It's a very, very challenging swim at that race. But again, a bike course that is quite hilly, so she's showing strength on the bike. She took a bronze medal there. She just missed out the medals in the Melia European Cup that took place a couple of weeks ago. So perhaps for her, this and get onto the podium once more. Luisa Jonia Prat, she was on the podium last weekend in Riccione, winning a silver medal. That was a challenge event with a sprint distance thrown in. She was also bronze medal winner in Funchal at the European Triathlon Cup final event back in 2019. But Emma Lombardi's doing well. She's keeping ahead of them. On this roundabout here, she'll have a chance just to see how close behind they are, and you can see that lead is now reduced. We're talking about a matter of 3 or 4 seconds now. So she'll be joining that group of about 8 athletes, 9 athletes. And then they will have to try and keep away from this other group that's chasing them. In the men's race, that group of 6 that led originally, group of 8, then group of 6, they were then caught, and it became a group of about 23, 24 athletes heading down towards the finish, down to the transition area. And it came down to the fastest runner in the end, with a victory going to the Hungarian athlete Csongor Lehmann. The Italian fans were going wild as Michele Zazzila raced out into the lead. Ultimately, he was caught by Csongor Lehmann and came home with a silver medal, but a good result there for the Italians. And Tom Richard from France came in to claim the bronze medal on the podium. Tom Richard from France, Emma Lombardi from France. Well, the drone shots we've got from this event, it makes it, thank you very much to Nicola Zanetti for putting together this coverage. 9 cameras out on the course. Really wonderful for everybody who can't make it to Italy. I'd love to be there for this weekend, but traveling from the United Kingdom simply won't work for me. A number of other people simply can't get there. So watching this live is a great, great reward, especially as we've waited so long to see races like this. And the group has formed. So Emma Lombardi, her time at the front has now ended. She's in the peloton. Audrey Mel and Lombardi together, they'll be working. 2 Italians there, Spimi and Jonia Prat. Sean Rainsley there in good form now. Chloe Pollard tucked at the back, Arenal and Konings. So that's 10 athletes together. We'll try and just see how big a gap they have. Chase group. But this is a fine start to the season. We've waited so very long now to get to this position where we can see athletes racing together again. And with the protocols that are in place, I think we got it right now. I hope we got it right. On that U-turn now, it's the third lap, the third time they've hit the U-turn. Lena Meissner is now at the front of the group with Emma Lombardi, Sean Rainsley. And then Italy have Ionia Pratt-Spimi. Estelle Perriard has just about tried to latch onto that group. And we've lost Alessandra Tamburi. Let's have a quick look and see where she's gone. Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a challenge for those athletes chasing. With the design of the course, it's so easy for them to see where everybody is. So we have some changes. The group has now grown quite a lot. Within that group as well, I think we saw there Nora Gmür from Switzerland. She was a silver medal winner in the Junior European Championships in Viet in 2009 and 2019. It's good to see this race has got quite a few of the junior athletes moving up the ranks now into the elite racing. In this elite race, we have, I mentioned earlier, we had 74 athletes. We've got athletes from Austria, Bermuda, Canada, Croatia, Czech Republic, Spain, France, Finland, Great Britain, Germany, Hungary, Israel, Italy, Luxembourg, Netherlands, Romania, Russia, Slovenia, Switzerland, Slovakia, Sweden, Tunisia, and Ukraine. So 23 nations represented, with 3 athletes coming, or 3 nations that are outside Europe. Our oldest athlete born in 1988 and our youngest born in 2002. So a huge range of ages there and experience. With the elite race we saw earlier, we saw Tsonga Lehmann coming through to win. Turn your clock back to Madrid. There was a big race there, I think 2017, 2018. The elite athletes lined up, and one junior athlete, I think a French athlete, won the gold medal. And afterwards we asked her about the tactics. How does it feel being a junior racing against all these elite athletes, and did tactics come in? And she said the problem with some of the elite athletes is they get so tied up with tactics that they miss the opportunity. And she said, I just went as fast as I could, and she won the gold medal. So with these elite athletes now, they're facing a new generation of junior athletes coming in, and they don't know how they're going to react. So this is a chance for them to really push the pace and to do the things that the elite don't expect them to do. So there we have number 5. That's Lena Meissner. Audrey Mel tucked in there. Annabelle Knoll from Germany, just leading the pack along. Annabelle Knoll, she's took a bronze in the Richmond race in Africa in 2019. She won a gold out in Havana. 2018, but this is a good performance from her if she can keep the pace together. Coming up now to that dead turn once more. And there from above we can see the two pelotons with some 400 meters between them. Is that a distance that could be made up? We didn't see that distance being made up on the men's race. It's unlikely that this will happen on the women's race. They've got to keep that pace high, because this group of 15 or so athletes, they will realize that within that group there will be the medals, gold, silver and bronze, and the points, and of course the prize money. We have one of the athletes there being lapped. The trouble, not trouble, what will happen in a race like this, 6 very tight, short, fast laps, with the range of abilities amongst the athletes, there's the risk that some of the slower athletes will be caught by the leading group, and they're going very fast here out on the course. So those younger, less experienced athletes will be lapped. In order for the race to continue safely, the technical officials will remove from the course any athlete who is lapped. It's not a disqualification, it's just one of those things that happen, and it will be taken off the course, and the results LAP, lapped, and hopefully they'll come back stronger and try and avoid that next time around. But within this group of athletes, we have some very, very experienced ones. I think that's Pertera, yes, that Austrian uniform. So the race number 1, the reigning European duathlon champion, she's in that group, well placed. She's bridged the gap with a swim to make sure she can catch up into the leading group. A group of 14 athletes now we have in the lead. So they'll be pushing the pace up. They know within that group, Lisa Pertera certainly is the stronger of the cyclists. We've seen that from her race in Ponte Umbria. Again, a twisting, turning course there. This would be our athlete who's just going to be taken off the course, making her way safely back to transition. The weather conditions today are almost perfect. You've got very little wind. The water, 18 degrees. The air temperature, about 16, 17 degrees. Absolutely perfect. The roads, the condition of the roads, very good. No gravel on the road. The roads have been swept. The course has been properly treated. And the athletes have got a really good course out there to race on. With those dead turns, the athletes are going to be very careful as they come into them, and then you'll see some power as they push out. The athlete who's been lapped is Sara Lajnef from Tunisia, the younger and less experienced of the two Tunisian athletes. Into the U-turn, we've now got Annabel Knoll, Lena Meissner, so two Germans leading that pack into the turn, with Sean Rainsley, Sharon Spimi, Emma Lombardi, Irtachi Arribas Arenal Arribas, Luisa Jonia Prat, Estelle Peria from Switzerland, and Carlotta Misaglia. Now, I'm really glad to see that she's tucked into that group. One of the emerging junior athletes. She's done extremely well as a junior, but she also surprised us all in 2019 as an elite athlete. She took a silver medal in 2019 in the Sprint European Cup in Olsztyn, then went on to win a gold in Zagreb at the Junior European Cup, and a gold in Bled at the Junior European Cup in 2017, a gold in Melilla in 2016 as a European junior. But in Kazan in 2019, at the European Championships, the sprint distance, she came fourth, the youngest athlete in the race, and it was a great performance from her. She's well placed in there now, and I'm sure the Italians will be delighted that they've got at least three in the top pack there. Of them, Spimi raced last weekend. Misaglia hasn't raced for a while on the international circuit we've seen, but I think we might have an interesting battle between the Italian athletes if they all get through to T2 in one piece. So they've got one lap to go. They've taken the bell, and when they come round for the final lap, the course diverts and they go, instead of completing another lap, they turn off to go back into the transition area. A whole team of technical officials out today. We said earlier, the head referee is Italy's most experienced technical official, Laura Patti. Her husband, Aldo Bassola, is the chief race official. So basically, he is the go-between, the man who makes things happen for the Italian officials, working to the technical delegate, Sander Verhoevel. It was Aldo who was, with remarkable foresight, pretty much saved the race in Caorle the year that Alex Yee had his awful crash. The whole course was blocked by the medics working on Alex Yee and the other athletes who'd gone down in the crash. And we knew that there was less than 6 minutes to go before the whole pack would come round again. So Aldo, working with the local organisers, quickly adjusted the course to allow the athletes to continue, missing out about 400 meters of the bike course. And then when Alex and the other athletes had been removed from the course by the medics, the course was reopened, the athletes came round for the next lap and carried on as before. It was quick thinking and bravery on his part that saved the race. Alex Yee went on to have an absolutely great performance today in Yokohama, coming in, I think it was fourth position, easily one of the fastest athletes out on the run course these days. A big threat now to the British selectors as to who's going to go out to Tokyo. Meanwhile, back here in this Olympic year to Caorle, and leading the race, we have a group of 14 athletes. As you can see, this is now the familiar sweeping left turn. The award ceremony will be taking place directly after they're finished. And here you go, that dead turn again, a chance to power away from the corner. Also, a good chance to see who is getting closer to them and where exactly they are. So that group has stayed the same. Germany, France, Spain, Switzerland, Italy, Great Britain, and of course Austria. Lisa Pertera packed in there. There she is at the back. A sensible position. This is good race tactics from her. She's not having to work very hard. She's sitting there taking the draft from the other athletes. At some point, as they approach the transition area, she's going to have to make a move forwards. She'll want a clean run into the transition area, into T2. She doesn't want anybody falling over or getting in her way, and she will want that run through transition with her bike from the dismount line, because her position is right at the end of the transition area and closest to the exit. So she'll want to get there. This is Annabelle Knoll loosening the shoes, getting ready for transition and the run. Audrey Mel tucked in there right close to her. Spimi, Knoll, and Pertera, she's still tucked at the back. She needs to be in a better position than that. Okay, you can see the shoes are all loose. They're all ready. And Lisa Pertera seems to be quite content to sit at the back there, running the risk that something could happen in front of her on the final run into transition. Okay, the lead bike is getting close to the dismount line. It'll pull off to one side. The white line you can see across the blue carpet is the dismount line. Two athletes just avoid being lapped there, and here they come. No mistakes. Let's see no mistakes here, because a dismount error or an equipment error could result in. You see, exactly that's what's happened. Somebody's gone down. Pertera has lost the opportunity of being close to the front. Was that Leah Konings? I'm not sure. Anyway, Annabelle Knoll leads them in with Meissner. Spimi's there. Lombardi. Great race from Emma Lombardi. I'm really impressed with her. But which athlete went down? Perriard comes in. Pertera's run through to her position number 1. And they're off. So let's see who's left transition area. Okay, it's Emma Lombardi who's gone out first. Emma Lombardi was followed by Annabelle Knoll, Lena Meissner just with her. So the three of them left the transition area together, just a couple of seconds ahead of Sharon Spimi and Carlotta Misaglia. Misaglia is wearing the green uniform with the blue shorts, as you can, it looks. But Annabelle Knoll is leading them at the moment. It's one of the longest transitions we've seen for quite some time. We had special permission from, was asked of the European Technical Committee, who then went to World Triathlon and their technical committee to give permission to have the additional numbers at the start. We don't often see a field as big as this, but it's been a great way to start the season. The athletes now leaving the equipment behind, still having a check to make sure that everything is in place. So that's Lena who's leading them at the moment. Now, Lena Meissner, we said that she was racing on the African circuit and picked up 2 bronzes back in 2019. Bronze medals in Aqaba and in Agadir, but she also took the silver medal in Funchal, which was a good race from her. A history of winning. She's had, or at least winning medals, junior bronzes in 2016 at the European Championships in Lisbon as a junior, and also in 2015 in Geneva. A very hot, very flat, fast run. She's looking over her shoulder just to have a quick glance at the cameraman there. And some of the slower athletes now getting into transition. They've avoided being lapped by the very fast-moving leading pack. Glancing over her shoulder there, Lena Meissner, just checking to see who's behind her. Good running style. She's looking relaxed. And Sharon Spimi, I think, is just behind her. A lot of pressure on the Italians to perform well. This is the first big race of the season, and it's the first chance they've had to perform in front of their new president, Riccardo Giubilei, who will no doubt be on the finish shouting for them all. Sharon Spimi. No, it's Lombardi. Oh, this is impressive. This is Sharon Spimi. We thought, no, she was the winner in Riccione at the sprint distance, but Emma Lombardi is holding on. This has been a great performance from Emma Lombardi from France. First out of the water in the swim, sensible bit of riding on the bike, and here she is in second place. This is an outstanding performance. Emma Lombardi. I'm really impressed. So the French team, they had Tom Richard and Arthur Berland really pushing the pace. They were the guys who bridged the gap between the chasing athletes and the leader early on, Michele Sartilla. And here we see in silver medal position at the moment, Emma Lombardi. Good news for the French Federation that they have so many athletes coming through. With Cassandra Beaugrand at the moment, her pace on the world circuit has been absolutely breathtaking. But Emma Lombardi, she's running strong. She's bridging the gap. She's coming up alongside Lena Meissner. Lea Konings just behind her in silver medal position. The French athletes performed really well in Melilla at the very start of the European Cup circuit. And here they are again, looking very strong in that lead on the run. We're just seeing if there's going to be a timing mat signal for us for the U-turn. We missed out on that in the men's race, I think, so we might just have to keep an eye on the camera and see how it goes. In the red jacket there to the right, walking along, that's Aldo Zanetti, the man who's bought the event here. Thank you, Aldo, for the hard work of bringing such a big event here. Massive event for the juniors this morning, big event for the elite today. The junior finals are tomorrow morning, and then there's the big age group race that takes place. So we're watching out now for the technical official on the lead bike to announce the arrival of the runners with Lena Meissner, Emma Lombardi, Lea Konings, Annabelle Knoll, Sean Rainsley. They're in 5th place. But the 2 athletes up front, Lena Meissner, Emma Lombardi, they are about 4 seconds, 5 seconds ahead of the chasing group. Annabel Knoll, Sian Rainsley, they are just together. Lotte Misalia, she's got a bit of work to do. She's currently 8 seconds behind. Sorry, she's 12 seconds behind the leaders. But she's leading the other group, which has got Nora Gmuir from Switzerland, and then Sharon Spimi, who's dropped into 8th place at the moment. So Lombardi and Meissner locked together. Lombardi in the better position there, chasing. Lea Konings just behind. For Lea Konings, she will be really hoping to get on the podium today. She was close in Melilla. Melilla, small area. It's about 10 square kilometers of Spanish territory on the North African coast. Tunisia surrounds it, and each year they have a really wonderful event there. Nice swim in the sea, and then a pretty flat technical bike course and a flat run, but great crowd support. So these three athletes out front, Meissner, Lombardi and Konings, they have that lead over Knoll and Rainsley, but then further back, Misalia is leading Gmuir and Spimi. They're way ahead now of Jonja Prat, and that's Estelle Perriard from Switzerland in the red uniform. This is a good battle between Lombardi and Meissner. Grabbing the water. Lombardi choosing not to go for the water there. As we explained for the men, we have rules and regulations, competition rules in triathlon. One of the big rules is littering. So in order to encourage athletes not to chuck things all over the course, they have a littering zone. And the technical officials make sure the athletes throw all of the used equipment, gels, water bottles, etc., into the littering zone. It's something that's been in place now for a long time, and World Triathlon have been looked at, we know, by other federations and other sports. So now there was some discussion about UCI even adopting this rule to prevent littering. When we go to an event, we take a lot of infrastructure with us. When we leave an event, we like to leave the place in the same condition or better as we found it. If we don't do that, we might not get invited back. But here, back to the front, Germany, France, France. Need to correct myself. I made a comment earlier about Melilla being surrounded by Tunisia. No, it's Morocco. Got it wrong. Apologies to anyone. But back to that. Meissner, Lombardi, Konings. The two French athletes are very well placed there. We can expect a little bit of a kick at some point. But who is going to break first? 54 minutes on the clock. Must be getting close now towards the finish. Lombardi running very well there, and Konings looking very relaxed. Meissner under pressure now, knowing full well that if she slows down, is that the signal for the French women to overtake and kick? The pressure on the German athlete must be immense now. The run course takes the athletes around some of the most beautiful parts of Caorle, And with the sun coming down now, it must be... Oh, look at it. It looks fantastic. Wish we were there. Put this on your wish list. Make sure you come to Caorle at some point. Hopefully this race will come back next year. Meissner just shaking the arms a bit. Does this mean we're going to see her speed up, or does this mean that the two French women will take the signal as a hint and accelerate past her? Yeah, so hopefully we'll be coming back for this event next year. In the meantime, when the restrictions are lifted and it's easier for people to travel, put Caorle on your wish list. Make your way down to the airport in Venice, and then turn left, head towards Slovenia, and stop at Caorle. So the way that the leading athletes, Meissner, Konings, and Lombardi, are running, it looks like they've pulled away quite well from the chasing athletes. So the medal should be decided between those three. Drahovska there from Slovakia. Interesting athlete who has experience in winter triathlon and in summer triathlon. Nice to see that the Slovakians are putting athletes out to race on the European summer circuit as well. Konig shaking her arms now. I should think the pace, it would be nice to see if there was any heart rate readings from these athletes who must be really pushing up into the red zone now. But Lombardi looking very, very relaxed there. She's certainly been the surprise of the race, and it's good to see that lead she had in the swim. She's kept all the way through. She's in the lead group now. Konings has decided she's had enough. She wants to take control of the pace. Has that put Meissner under pressure, or will Meissner use that just to draw her along so that she can kick when she feels ready? So Emma Lombardi came out of the water in 10 minutes and 36 seconds with a lead of 4 seconds over the rest of the athletes. She's raced sensibly in that group. On the bike, she's now in the leading pack of 3 athletes, and the crowds are now edging towards the finish line. Very soon we can expect to see either Germany or France come down towards the finish area. And a technical official out there with, I think this is going to be one of the tail end athletes. Right, into that final U-turn now. Lena Meissner and Konings and Lombardi are still locked together. They're 12 seconds ahead of Annabelle Knoll and Sian Rainsley. Carlotta Misaglia has dropped off the pace. She's really suffering with Sharon Spimi behind her now, and Nora Gmür in 8th place from Switzerland. But they're cracking up the pace now. Konings, Meissner, Lombardi making their way down towards the finish area. Knoll chasing. This is it. This is going to be the finish. It's going to be between the 3 athletes, Konings, Meissner, Lombardi. Has Konings gone too soon? No, she's holding on to that. Meissner's kicking, and Germany. Meissner is going to take the win today, with Konings taking silver and Lombardi with a great bronze medal. But what a fantastic kick there right at the end. Lena Meissner from Germany takes the gold medal. Lea Konings comes in second, and Emma Lombardi rounds off the podium there to give France silver and bronze. Well, that was tough, but that was a great race. Those three athletes at the front making it so exciting for the finish. But Lena Meissner, what a great tactical race she had there. She's had bronze medals, she's had silver medals. This is her gold medal. This is the chance for Lena Meissner at last to get that gold medal. For Lena Meissner, an individual gold at this level is a really good signal for her. She's won the German national championships as a junior in 2016, 2017. She won a medal in the mixed relay in Kitzbühel, the junior mixed relay. But this individual gold today, that is a really excellent result for her. So our top 10 there: Lena Meissner takes the gold, Lea Konings silver, Emma Lombardi bronze, and then in fourth place, Annabel Knoll. 3 seconds adrift from her was Sian Rainsley from Great Britain. Carlotta Misaglia comes in 6th, Sharon Spimi in 7th, Nora Gemur 8th, Luisa Jonia Pratt 9th, and Estelle Peria 10th. So Italy gets 3 athletes in the top 10. France gets 2 on the podium. So the French managers today will be going home absolutely delighted with the performances from their men and women. Chloe Pollard there from Ireland, just crossing the line. She was out of the water in second place, but then dropped off in the on the run. The medal ceremony will be taking place quite soon. We're looking at around about 19:15, which is about 15 minutes from now or so, to round off the day. And present at the medal ceremony will be the representative of the Europe Triathlon and the executive board. That will be Maria Czakowskaja-Taresevich, and of course the president of the Italian Federation, Riccardo Jubilei. The medal ceremonies are different now, COVID compliant, which means we don't have the medals being put around the necks of the athletes. Instead, we have a tray and somebody who presents the tray to the athlete, and the athlete will put the medal on themselves. We have the podium separated by about 1 meter each or more. So the tradition we see in the past of the athletes getting together on the top of the podium for that last picture, that's not going to happen, I'm afraid, for a while. It's all changed, but it works. Somehow it works. And hats off to the Italian Federation. You've taken a big step here by bringing back to life this sport we love so much, and a sport that we've missed so much. We've seen lots of replays over the last year, endless replays of races, which just reminded us of how good the sport is. But when you see this again, this amount of athletes, 75 men, 74 women, a race like this, on a course like this, with results like this, and the excitement of that final rushing to the finish line, not quite sure, will it be Germany, will it be France, and that last kick from Lena Meissner that took her forwards over the finish line to take the gold, that's what we've been waiting for so long. So a massive thank you to the city of Caorle. Mr. Mayor Luciano Striuli, thank you very much for welcoming us to the city. Aldo Zanetti, Francesco Fisori, Local organising committee, thank you so much for making it happen. Team of technical officials out there who worked so hard this morning and will be working tomorrow. And of course, the volunteers and the people of Caorle. We really do have to say a big thank you for making this happen. And of course, to Nicola Zanetti for putting up 9 different cameras around the course and for bringing us the video images that we've seen today. So we're going to try now to hopefully move towards the finish, towards the medal ceremony. Lisa Peter there, probably not the results you wanted. We'll have to have a look at the official results, which will go up onto the Europe Triathlon webpage. Once the results have been thoroughly checked, it'll be the race referee, Laura Patty, who does the final check to make sure everything's okay, working closely with timing guys. But for the 1, 2, 3, providing there's no protest going in, that will be the medal winners we'll see shortly on the podium. I must say it does look a bit odd when there's not thousands of people lining the course, but we have to be safe for the athletes. We have to be cautious. Spectators have been limited, and all of the spectators in Italy around the course are required to wear masks. The athletes, once they've finished, once they go past the back of the mixed zone, they will pick up a face mask. Organising a triathlon is never easy, but the way that events have been organised it's been set out in a book, the Event Organizer's Guide, a bit of a Bible to technical officials and to organisers. And now there's a huge additional chapter which is all about how to comply with the protocols imposed by World Triathlon and the World Health Organization. So the volunteers waiting there to hand out the face masks. First big race of the season, the first success of the season. Yes, it's worked. It's been hard work getting there, and for the athletes, it's been a far more complicated journey than before. But it's been a worthwhile journey. They've come to Caorle, they've seen things they recognize, the sport that they love so much, the sport that they've missed so much over the last year. And they've kept in touch, no doubt, over the last year. But this is a chance to renew those friendships and to renew the battles against each other in the swim, the bike, the run, and of course, transition. Sorry, 74 elite women on the start line. But gold going to Germany, silver going to France, and bronze going to France. Well, we'll leave you with just the images for a moment, and very soon, in about 5 minutes or so, we hope to be able to move to the medal ceremony for the elite men and for the elite women. So we'll give you a few minutes of peace and quiet, just look at the images, and then we'll move on to the awards. Just a recap now for the race. It's great to see the start of the women's race once again. In the swim, what we saw was a really impressive performance from the young French athlete Emma Lombardi. In the men's race, as you're looking at the screen on the right-hand side, that's where the lead athlete come from. The conditions for the women athletes, the women's elite, were slightly more challenging, shall we say. The waves were stronger. It wasn't that tough, but it was a completely different bit of sea for the women compared to the men. And the lead came from Emma Lombardi from France, who very early set down the pace and pulled away 5 meters, 6 meters, and then a lot more, so that when she came out of the water, she was 24 seconds ahead. You can pick her out there, stretching away for the lead. On the 750-meter swim, it was one lap. It was about 300 meters out to the first buoy. Right-hand turns all the way through the swim course. And by the time we got to the first buoy, the athletes had formed into a good group, with one athlete reaching the buoy first, pulling away clear around the buoy, a quick look over her shoulder to show where she was. And it wasn't any of the established athletes. It was, in fact, a younger athlete from France who was their 2019 junior national champion. Here she is, beginning that lead, coming up towards the buoy. There was only one athlete who had the power in the water to stay with her, and that was another young athlete, this time from Ireland. That was Chloe Pollard, who was the 2017 Under-23 World Champion, but also an age group gold medal winner in aquathon in the 2017 European Championships held in Bratislava. So from racing as an age grouper, she made the step up to race in the elite category. There we have Emma Lombardi so that start, once again, a nice clean start with the athletes. Leading them out of the water, and on that 120-meter run up to transition, it was Emma Lombardi with Chloe Pollard. You can see the two of them have really established quite a lead there. Emma Lombardi about 30 meters ahead of the group, with Chloe Pollard about 10-15 meters ahead of them. Then the long run up into transition. 120 meters will take them up to one of the biggest transitions we've seen for a long time in triathlon, simply because we had so many athletes. Emma Lombardi held that lead out on the bike for quite some time, but inevitably she was caught by the chase group. We then saw a very strong performance from the chasing athletes. They worked hard, but soon enough a large group was formed of about 14 athletes, and within that group was Lena Meissner, Leo Konings, and some of the other athletes who were big hitters out on the bike. Audrey Mel, we thought she might be in with a chance for a win, or at least a medal. Lisa Pertera eventually caught up with them. Lisa Pertera, wearing number 1, was the European duathlon champion in 2020. We expected her to have a bit of a better race today, but it wasn't to be. So out on the bike course, 6 laps took them around the 19.2 kilometer course. Dead flat, lots of twists and turns, dead turns, 6 U-turns on the course, which really can disrupt the race, but also give the athletes an opportunity to pull away and check out where everybody was. Sharon Spimi from Italy won the race last weekend in Riccione. Sian Rainsley from Great Britain coming back, looking strong. Peloton worked hard. Lombardi stayed in that peloton. And the Italians were getting their hopes up for a medal with the arrival of Carlotta Misaglia. Meissner was taking no rest in the pack. She was working hard throughout the chase. Then the dismount, and there was also a bit of a crash at the dismount with somebody hitting the ground, which gave Pertera a bit of an obstacle. She didn't have the clear run that she should have had. And setting out onto the run, the first person out of the run, out of transition and onto the 5K run, was Emma Lombardi from France. She had with her Annabelle Knoll, who was initially looking to be like the threat, but very soon Lena Meissner pulled away, and it was Lena Meissner from Germany who was leading the run until, and there's always an until she was caught by Emma Lombardi, who just locked onto Lena Meissner, saw where she was, focused, and got closer and closer. Behind her, Leo Konings saw her teammate leading the chase and decided she could accelerate, got up to join on to the shoulders of Emma Lombardi. So then we had Meissner, Lombardi and Konings. The 3 of them pulling away from the chasing group. The 3 of them wondering who was going to get gold, silver and bronze. Pushing the pace. In the final run to the line, Konings had taken the lead, but then suddenly it was Meissner who kicked. She had that extra bit of energy, just pushing ahead of Konings, taking the lead. So Meissner took the gold, Konings the silver, and Emma Lombardi gets onto the podium with the bronze medal. 2 bronzes to France, 2 medals to France, 1 to Germany. But Germany did extremely well today. They had the first medal, they had the gold medal, and 4th. 4th place went to Annabelle Knoll. That's Arpinelli, Costanza Arpinelli. Her birthday is tomorrow. Just crossing the line there. So we're waiting now just for a nudge from the organisers to say that we can go to the award ceremony. But just to look at that top 10 once more. In first place, time of 59:14, was Lena Meissner from Germany. Just a second behind her from France was Leo Konings. Emma Lombardi rounded off the podium in 3rd place, and she was 10 seconds ahead of Annabelle Knoll from Germany. Sian Rainsley, Great Britain, takes a 5th place. Carlotta Misaglia, Italy, comes in 6th. Sharon Spimi, Italy, 7th. Nora Gemur from Switzerland, 8th. 9th is Luisa Ionia Prat from Italy. And 10th is Estelle Peria, also from Switzerland. I will leave you with a few images now before we move on to the awards ceremony, which will feature the elite men and the elite women together. Okay, so it looks like we're just about to move into the presentation of medals to the athletes. But before we get to that stage, there is traditionally a gift of recognition from Europe Triathlon to the organisers, and that is our executive board member, Maria Tchekovskaya-Tarasevich from Belarus. She's presenting a special gift to Aldo Zanetti to say a very big thank you for putting this wonderful event on. An event which has been today for the elite athletes, as well as for the juniors, for their 4 races in the junior men this morning and their 3 races for the junior women, moving to the finals, which take place tomorrow. There'll be an A final and a B final for both male and female athletes. So it's a very big thank you to the organisers and to the city to host this event. As you can see, this is the first chance I think we've seen, certainly on mainland Europe, to see the new branding that we have for Europe Triathlon. The medal ceremony is going to be an interesting one. The only medalist, okay, there's 2 medalists who will be there who have had the experience before. Tsonga Lehmann from Hungary, who's the winner of the men's race. He's had a series of wins. This is his 2nd elite win. His first elite win came back in Olsztyn 2018. That's up in northern Poland. And today, that's his 2 elite gold medals. But he has a number of wins as a junior athlete. Tom Richard, he has a gold from 2016 in Viet. But for all of the rest of the athletes, for Michele Sartila, and then for Lena Meissner, Lea Konix, Emma Lombardi, this will be their first individual elite gold medal, elite medal. So it's going to be wonderful for them to have the opportunity of getting onto the podium. There was a bit of a delay. We had anti-doping procedures for the athletes, so that held things up. But as the sun is now disappearing down, the wind's picking up, we're going to be moving to the ceremony of presenting medals. There also looks like a couple of bottles, or 3 bottles of Prosecco there. No champagne, no, this is Prosecco because this is Italy and this is the area most famous for Prosecco.
So ladies and gentlemen, get ready for the official award ceremony.
So behind us we can hear Tanya and Sylvia announcing that the award ceremony is just about to start.
The 2021 Europe Triathlon Cup in Caorle. Representing Europe Triathlon will be executive board member Mrs. Maria Tchekovskaya-Tarasevich. Representing the host federation, Italian Federation of Triathlon, will be Mr.
So leading them on there in the blue suit is Maria Tchekovskaya-Tarasevich from Belarus. She's our Europe Triathlon executive board member, and on the other side on the right, just moving into picture, is the newly elected president for FITRI, Riccardo Jubilei.
In the 3rd place and the winner of the bronze medal at the 2021 Europe Triathlon Cup Caorle, representing France, Tom Richard.
So there in 3rd place, representing France, winner of the bronze medal is Tom Richard, and this is the new procedures we have here, where the medal is presented to him and he then puts it on himself.
The silver medal at the 2021 Europe Triathlon Cup in Caorle, representing Italy, Michele Sartilla.
Michele Sartila in 2nd place, winning silver for the host nation there.
In the 1st place and the winner of the gold medal at the 2021 Europe Triathlon Cup Caorle, representing Hungary, Leman Csongor.
So the gold medal winner here today in Caorle. What a fantastic result for Tsonga Lehmann.
Please rise for
He's already been busy on his Facebook page, thanking people who've given him congratulations.
So thank you, gentlemen. Let's put our hands together for the podium of Europe Triathlon here in Caorle.
So those big bottles of Prosecco will be taken home and enjoyed rather than being sprayed around all over the place. The traditional champagne celebration we have, we've moved away from that. So there you have your men's medalists. And whilst they get ready with the medals for the women,
Here tonight for this Europe Triathlon Cup in Caorle, could you please come next to the stage?
and they're now calling the elite female athletes to get in the right order. We'll be seeing very shortly. Leading them on will be once again the representative of the executive board of Europe Triathlon, Maria Czechowskaja-Taresevich. She'll be followed by Leo Konings, who's the silver medal winner, and then Lena Meissner, gold medal winner, and Emma Lombardi, bronze medal winner. And just behind her will be the president of the Italian Federation, Riccardo Giubilei. Wearing the red jacket there and the grey hair is Aldo Zanetti, the LOC president, the man who's put so much work into this event. Now that the sun has dropped, it's a little bit cold out there for these athletes.
And now we are starting with the award ceremony regarding ladies elite race.
No, it doesn't look very warm at all. From earlier today, it looked absolutely glorious, but now, yeah, the temperature has dropped a bit. And these athletes are going to be cold and wanting to get the medal ceremony over. So, leading them on, as we said, Maria Czechowskaja-Taresevich, Leo Konings, Lena Meissner, Emma Lombardi.
Of the Italian Triathlon Federation. In the third place and the winner of the bronze medal at the 2021 Europe Triathlon Cup Caorle, representing France, Lombardi Emma.
So, bronze medal there to Emma Lombardi. A great performance from her. Led the swim, worked hard on the bike, was caught eventually by the pack, stayed with the pack, and then that fantastic run. Emma Lombardi, her first individual gold medal.
2021 Europe Triathlon Cup Caorle, representing France, Kunings Lea.
Silver medal as well to France, Lea Konings. Played an important role in the bike and then on the run, attacked right towards the end at the very last stage of the race.
Medal of the 2021 Europe Triathlon Cup Caorle.
Unfortunately, she lost out to our gold medal winner from Germany, Lena Meissner.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the playing of the national anthem of Germany.
So, ladies and gentlemen, there you have your 3 medal winners in the elite women's race today in Caorle. The end of a day, it's getting chilly now. The athletes want to go home. It's time for them to relax, but it's not time for the organisers to relax because they've got the whole build to put in place for the juniors, for the men, and then the massive age group event which will take place afterwards. The organisers will be working throughout the night. The volunteers, the technical officials will now be moving away for a debrief. They will be sitting down to work out what went wrong, what went right, how they can make things improve if necessary for the next day. Tanya and Sylvia, our commentators down on the ground today, worked really hard. Their voice has been heard all around the course. So they're just reminding everybody that tomorrow they're going to be there for the junior finals. So a big thank you to the organisers, a big thank you to Nicola Zanetti and Salima Barzanti, the 2 people who've been making all of this happen.